Nathan, nice to meet you, Nathan.
Yeah, I've been banging on to everyone I know since 2015, and like, people think I'm mad, but I don't care. Like,
yeah, well, no, because in times of extreme deception, you know, people telling the truth will be seen as mad. But I think it's an electromagnetic world that we live in. It's all energy, frequency.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And that we live inside some kind of torus or energy system.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah? Awesome, Nathan. Well,
it's a crazy old world, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it's a crazy world, but it's almost like a test to see whether you can come through that and work it all out. That you've been deceived. That the whole thing is a
everything is a deception. Isn't it? Like, they've got us on everything. Like,
but see it like a school, maybe. Like, can you come through, or are you just going to be a good boy and tell you know, if the headmaster says go and put a nappy on your face, you'll go and do it.
This is it, and the vaccination.
Yeah,
like, if
yeah.
Go and have that. Like, that's up to them. But like, it's pretty clear that's not what it seems over, is it?
Well, I lost my last YouTube channel for talking about that very subject. Yeah, so I'm very cautious about it.
No, good God, yeah.
No.
It's a cull, isn't it? Like, they're getting rid of everyone.
Yeah, it seems like. Well, yeah. Either that maybe, and also the more that I have your mind, the more I can control your body, because I think that they're trying to take us into an AI sort of world where we put implants in ourselves and we're not natural anymore.
Well, once they've got all those organs, like the robotic organs and all that, like, and like designer babies, it's gone, isn't it? Like,
My honest feeling on the all organs thing, they might be able to make these things, but I don't think they can create a human. Like a robot that works like we do. So if they can implant their tech into you, then that's what they're trying to do.
House for them,
So you'll be the walking the walking robot for the system, and maybe your soul pays a price. I don't know about that.
I think maybe there's something in this jab that stops you coming. I believe in reincarnation. I think it might stop you coming back round again, like. Like,
or trapping you that you can't ascend, because I think we're in some sort of ascension game here, and this is the low floor, and you can't get to the upper floors until you clean out all the stuff on the low floor.
I totally agree, man.
Nice one, Nathan.
Well done, man. Like,
cheers, brother.
Keep up the fight, innit?
Yeah, and stay clean. Stay well. Yeah. Good luck, brother. Cheers. Hi. Well, here we are again. And we're in Glasto, as you can see. There's the church, and someone's graffitied the floor here, which is obviously unacceptable. This is the Glastonbury High Street. If you haven't been here before, welcome. Good day, sir. Earth is not a globe. We've been lied to. Oh, this guy, I want to say hello to this guy. Bro. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I'm all right. I came the other day. You weren't here. I thought, you're not here anymore. You've gone back to...
I was in London.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, nice to see you. Really nice to see you. You all right?
I was like,
yeah, all right. Cracking on, doing what I have to. And you?
That's
okay.
Good. We all have
to. Yeah. I'll be back in town with my little boy in a few days' time, I hope, and we'll come back. I play on your...
Sure, always.
Nice to see you, man. Cheers. This is a touchy subject, isn't it? I'm making a new banner up, actually, and you'll see that this is a big theme on the new banner. So, hi guys, we've been lied to about where we live. You are the center of creation. Don't believe that you came from monkeys, or do you?
I don't understand.
You didn't evolve. You were created perfect as you are.
I wish I was.
You are. Don't let the government tell you otherwise. That's why they sent you to school. Mess with your mind. Hey, how you doing? Good. Hello guys. Thanks for stopping by. I see there's some folks in the chat. Let me just say hello. Oh, London man, nice to see you. You're the first. Singe man, 4:30 a.m. Dude, that's early. Well done for getting up so early. It's a good time of day to get up, to be honest. Time for a little bit of stillness and meditation before the madness of the day overtakes us. Hey Brian, how you doing, brother? One love from Wales and all that. So today is Saturday, and 22nd or 3rd, I think, February. And I was inspired to come to Glastonbury today because there's a series of there's a talk going on at the assembly halls down there. There's a talk going on at the assembly halls down there, but I couldn't put my banners up there. It just wasn't the room or the thoroughfare. So I thought I'd just come here by the church and get the banners going. So as I was saying a moment ago, I am making a new banner up in which there's the centrality of God in you and you in God is more the topic of conversation, you know. I mean, I know flat earth really gets people's attention and annoys them. But you just saw there Nathan, that chap who was chatting to me now, he totally gets it, and it's nice for him to feel like he's not alone. Can I give you a flyer, bro?
Oh, that's right, man. I'll read most of it anyway.
Yeah, so you know, it's nice to be able to hook up with people like that. Just before I went live, I was talking to a guy who completely wasn't buying it. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? You know that's the question that they ask when they've only watched the controlled opposition. So, yeah. So anyway, I was inspired to come on out today because I knew there were going to be a few truth seekers in town. And I met a guy called Eli, who's organized the event, and he kindly suggested he might be able to invite me to do a little public speaking at one of his events later in the year, because he does a few of them, and I'm all for that. We are electromagnetic beings, not atomic apes. Well, yeah, no, it's. I'll meet up with you someday, London man. I'm sure. I'll be in London in due course. But I'm only half an hour at the moment. I'm only half an hour from Glastonbury, so it was a no-brainer really. I had to get out. And I'm warming up. I'm getting my juices flowing for 2023, a good year of 2023, and a good year of activism. I mean, you guys probably know this like me, that I thought that back in 2016, 17, it was only going to be hey, thanks man, thumbs up there. It's not as foreign to people as it used to be, but of course those people who don't like it, who aren't buying it, have got their preloaded arguments. This other guy you didn't see on the video, he wanted to know about the edge. That's all you want to know. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Guys, we don't live on a globe. There's a flyer for you. Some information. Good day, ladies. Oh, I hope I'm not taking up your bench. Make yourselves comfortable. Can I offer you some tea?
Oh, no, I'm good, thanks.
All right. Hi, guys. You know we don't live on a globe, right? The whole NASA thing, I know you've been brought up on NASA, but we don't live on a globe. There's no scientific experiment that can prove that we're spinning. Did you know that? There's no scientific experiment. Your sensors are telling you that we're not moving right now. The clouds are not moving necessarily unless the wind is blowing. You don't feel any sense of rotation. You can walk underneath to Africa and or fly. You wouldn't even know that you've changed your perpendicular. So think about water, right? In a swimming pool, in a bath, in a lake, it's always level. That's what we know. Water is level. So if our oceans are one connected body of water, how can they be curving? How can they be bending? People are told when we're young, we're told that the ship is going over the horizon. But when you start to pick into that theory, you start to realize that has a lot to do with your perspective, how low you are to the ground when you're observing it. For example, if you're standing at the beach, right, watch a ship go 3-4 miles, you can't see it anymore. But you go up in a hot air balloon or on a mountain or on a plane, you can see that ship 50 miles away from the harbor on what looks like flat water. If you've ever flown over the Mediterranean Sea, as I have, you just see like a flat lake with ships all over the place on a flat body of water. Water must be level. One thing we know for sure about water is that water will run downhill. Water will always run downhill unless you barricade it, unless you stop it. So if we lived on a ball, how can a Nile river be kind of cruising up the side of the ball for thousands of miles? Impossible. Things will run from the mountains down to the ocean. And every time it hits a lake, that lake will be flat. and parallel, by the way, to the next lake, and parallel to the lake below that, until it gets to the parallel or horizontal ocean. So what if I was to say that once upon a time everybody believed in the Catholic version, or they were forced to believe in the Catholic version of who you are and what you are, but then they realized about 200 years, 150 years ago that people weren't buying into that religion stuff anymore. So they came up with a new belief system that was designed, just like religion, to demean you, to diminish you, to make you think that you evolved over millions of years from apes, to make you think that if it wasn't for the cataclysm that took out the dinosaurs, if you believe in them, that we wouldn't even be here. So we're very lucky, according to the science, to be here, evolution and all that. Whereas I say that God, or whatever the creator is, intended to come in the form of you. You almost had an intention to come and have an experience, like send yourself to school, call it Earth School. You wanted to send yourself to Earth School, but when you got to Earth School, the headmaster, one twisted mother, he has taken the information and hidden it from you, occulted it from you, and turned it into religion, and turned it into a science that would make you think that you were insignificant, rather than you are meant to be the master, and there should be none above you. None but God or the creation or whatever. How does that sound to you?
Interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah, something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So one of the things, you probably heard that there's this flat earth debate raging, and the way it's couched in the mainstream is that it's silly, because how can a disc like a pizza float in space? Well, as far as I know, space is the space that we have around us, and what's outside of us we have no idea of. Some say it might be water, but I suggest to people that it's an electromagnetic torus system, like an orange or an apple. If you look into nature, what you see are these round things, but they always have a skin on the outside to protect the fruit on the inside. And so I think that we have a skin on the outside that protects our atmosphere, protects us on the inside. And that we are basically here to have an experience, to grow spiritually, but they want us retarded. They want us to think that we're just, knuckle dusting, kind of knuckle dragging, barely evolved apes. And in fact, we are the center of creation. And this is your world. Dead flat. Yes, brother. All water is level. So they want us to think that we are not that important. And how do you do that? You put us in a frightening outer space where we could be eviscerated, or our sun will burn us up, or all of this sort of shit, when in fact we are totally protected by our creator. And if you think of it like a schooling system, where you come in at the low end and you're meant to get to the high end of the schooling system, but they want to retard us and hold us in the low end so that we never evolve, that we never get to our higher spiritual calling, our higher spiritual sort of, some people say like after death, you can kind of ascend, eventually get back to the highest of places, right? So of course it's difficult for everybody to it's like if I stood in front of the church on a Sunday and said, listen, your religion is misleading you, people would be upset with me. And NASA is, and this belief that we're on a globe and come from monkeys, is the biggest belief today. And as I said earlier, we can't prove that the earth is spinning. And evolution, this idea that we come from apes, if it were true, then there should be like partial human, partial ape hybrids that are part way evolved. Now, speciation, if you're thinking, I can think of the speciation, which is the adaptation in an environment, is true. Like a longer beak bird might survive better in a place where the longer beak is, finds food more easily, right? That's speciation. But the evolution from a bird becoming something else, or a monkey or a fish eventually becoming like a marsupial, bullshit. No. You were created intentionally as beautiful and as perfect as you are. But if I can mess with your mind, I can mess with your body. And over generations to come, they're going to get us to walk away from natural ways and move more into a like technocracy in which we put AI implants into our brains, and we're no longer eating natural food, we're no longer thinking naturally, living naturally, we're much more in bed with pharmaceuticals and all of that kind of non-natural, non-godlike if you like, ways. So that's why on my flyer I talk about the electromagnetic nature of this place, because it's actually all frequency and vibration, and we're simply, each of us are simply little electromagnetic Tauruses expressing ourselves in this electromagnetic apple or egg or orange, any way you want to think of it.
I think what we could do now is go to a coast and enter an existential crisis. But that's something to happen. Watch over the water.
Yeah, but they want you see, what they want to do is they want to keep you in this little lower vibration of fear. You see what happened in 2020? People, adults, just fell into a state of fear and started covering up their breath, asphyxiating themselves with a face nappy and all of that sort of stuff.
Also erotic asphyxiation.
Yeah?
Could happen on a pop.
Yeah.
Big scale, yeah.
So, and it's all like rituals and mind control, and the more they can control our minds, the more they will get us to do stupid shit like stay at home when we just want to go out and have fun. This is meant to be your world to kind of explore, not stay frightened at home. You see the older people, and by the time you're 80 years old, you might be one of those people if you don't realize that, wow, man, I am the reason. I've got nothing to fear here. And when I leave this world, I'll go back to my higher place, wherever that is, wherever I come from. So there's no cause for fear, but the government wants you at fear, and it wants me at war with you, so that we can never come together as brothers and go, hey, listen, we can work this out for ourselves. If we're honorable men, then I don't need you, the policeman, standing over me, telling me what to do. Guys, have a good life and all the best. All right. I am just warming up, really. The delivery will improve with more experience, of course.
I mean, it's okay.
Hi, Ryan.
You are in that.
How you doing, guys?
Being lied to. It's quite true.
Yes, in every way. In every way. Guys, we are being lied to about where we live, who we are. I got the flyer. These ones are a little bit buckled, but hey, it's all electromagnetic, guys. We live in an electromagnetic realm. Don't believe the NASA bullshit. I can say NASA bullshit without losing my channel? I hope so. It's a little bit cool today, but can I give you a flyer, bro? There you go. Earth is not a globe like they tell us. It is in a way. It is. That's a wasted flyer. Yeah. Hi, ma'am. Again. Do you ever remember when you were young, them arguing about whether Earth was flat or round? Do you remember that?
No, because I never thought it was flat.
You never thought it was flat? Okay.
I was educated.
Indoctrinated, my dear. But I won't be rude. Did you hear what she said? Because I was educated. I never thought it was flat. Who educated you, my dear? The Catholic Church? The Vatican? Vatican? It's a bit of a trap. Hi, folks. I got a flyer for you, some information on the electromagnetic universe. Have you ever looked into that? Rocks don't float. Gas giants. Imagine a gas giant. You drop one out of your trousers in a lift, and then you're able to keep that gas giant electromagnetic universe. Oh yeah, you are, but some information is all. Knowledge is power, as they say. Knowledge is power. Information, sir? One of the things about Glastonbury, right? This is one of the surprising things. People think this is the most woke town in the world. But it's not. It's not. And I don't mean to be unkind when I say that, but just because people have dropped out of the system does not mean that they're willing to walk away from the program that they were given. It's too frightening, even for people that are completely down and out. It's too frightening, guys. Electromagnetic universe. Don't believe the bunk. We live in an electromagnetic realm. Can I give you some information? Free your mind. The mind is like a parachute. It works best when open. So, I'm just going to do a few hours of this and see how it plays out today. I don't have a fixed agenda, but I did get here early, so I was able to get prime location here on the railings. This was my backup. I came here the other day and I was like, yeah, this is where I'm going to put the banner. But I got this new banner coming, and I think it's going to be about 2 meters long by 1 meter wide. So not as hard to locate as these monsters that Harry made, Harry and Jason. I do love these. They're very familiar. Hello, my dear little child. But this is my happy place in a way. You know, I quite enjoy the to and fro. Guys, some information on the electromagnetic universe. You're welcome. Have a nice day. You know how Harry does it? He will go out and film for a day and then spend hours editing that into a really succinct and tidy product, video. I don't have the means of doing that. It would be kind of nice, but this is, you know, down and dirty, and of course it can get a little, there can be periods of interruptions. Bit of rugby. Huh? Electromagnetic universe. We live inside the ball, not on the outside of it. Can I give you a flyer on the electromagnetic universe? It won't bite. It's only information. You don't? Okay. Well, that was pretty well said for a non-English speaking person. So yeah, it might there might be lulls in the presentation, as this is live, and you've got to take all comers, good, bad, and ugly. I hope the audio is good there, guys. I've got some information on the electromagnetic universe. NASA is lying to you about where you live. NASA is the new religion. Did you know that? Some information on electromagnetics. All right, have a nice day. Electromagnetic universe, some information for you. Earth is not a globe. You are not evolved from monkeys or apes. People correct me when I say monkeys. What's the difference? My wife kindly made me a little flask of coffee here. Hi guys, Earth is not a globe like they tell us. We didn't evolve from apes like they tell us. We are created perfect by God, whatever God is for you. A lot of foreigners around today. When I say foreigners, I mean people with a different accent to mine. Guys, Earth is not a globe. As you can see from my little bit of chalking here. Oh, that man looks sick. Master or servant, eh? Earth is flat, not a globe. That's another lie, isn't it? NASA. Water finds its level. Water must be level. Gravity is a theory. All right, brother. Thank you. Earth is not a globe. We've been lied to about that as well. You can't die from the flu. Don't tell my wife, but she made the coffee a little bit weak today. But this is in a sealed bottle called chili bottle. Would you believe my daughter works for this firm? This one is hard for most people to read, isn't it? Disney for adults. So yeah, I got a little bit of the Adam Meakin chalk left, and I'll be needing to get some more soon. As I said earlier, we're based about half an hour from here at the moment. So I thought I had to come down, given there were some truthers in town. Guys, I've got some information on the electromagnetic universe. Did you know that water always finds its level? Have you heard that phrase before, water level? Yeah. Okay, so if I took a lake that was a mile across, would you agree that it would be level from one side to the other?
I guess what, like the top level levels.
Aside from, let's say there's no wind blowing it, and it's a still morning, and you've gone down to the lake, and it looks like a mirror. It's reflecting the trees and the mountain in the distance. It's reflecting them perfectly like a mirror. So we know that lakes are level. I can see over a 2-mile lake, I can see someone standing on the other side of the lake. I don't lose their feet or anything like that. But if I made the lake 200 miles long or 2,000 miles long, would it start to curve, do you think? Or would logic say it doesn't matter? If you've done it at 1 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles, at 20 miles, it's still going to be level.
Well, I think just because of the curvature, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what the curvature of the Earth would be?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. I wasn't taught that either. It was only like 5, 7, 8 years ago. Someone said, it's 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is the trigonometry version of what the ball that they say the size is would be. So 8 inches per mile squared really starts to ramp up after, say, 10 miles, because 10 times 10 times 8 is 800 inches over a 10-mile distance. So we started to take lasers and do tests for ourselves to see whether we could evidence any of this curvature, and it turns out we can't. Logic says that the water is going to be level, and the tests that we've done demonstrate that the water continues to be level as far as we can measure it. When we're in school, they tell us that at 3 or 4 miles, the ship is going to go over the horizon. But on a clear day, you can see that ship for 5 or 6 miles. And if you take a very powerful camera, you might see it for about 20 miles. And it's still all of it is visible to us. And then if you go up on a mountain or in a plain, you'll see that ship and many more ships into the distance over what looks like flat water.
Maybe the curvature is a little bit less than what you think, maybe.
Okay, but it's just for me, like if I had to we're on a slight slope here on Glastonbury High Street, right? If I had to drop 10 litres of water, we both of us intelligently know that water's just going to trickle down the hill. It's going to run down the hill until it finds a dam, and there it will stop and pool until that pool overflows, and then it'll carry on, it'll overflow that pool, and then it'll carry on downhill. That's how water always operates, always. So for us to have oceans on the side of a ball, we're having to use this belief in gravity that it's going to attract that water and not do what we just would naturally expect water to do, which is to run downhill. So we say that the Earth must be like a big lake, and it has to have some kind of, the lake has an edge to it, and the water has to be contained. Otherwise, of course, it would just run away. That's what we say. And then the other thing about the globe is that it's meant to be spinning, that it's turning each day 360 degrees, which, because it's a 24,000 mile circumference, it must be 1,000 miles an hour. That's what they tell us on Google, that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. But your senses and no scientific experiment can test that or can prove that. That's the spin. So what we're saying is that like the ancients used to say, and the Sumerians, who had the astrolabe that they used to estimate when the stars were going to be in certain places, that the stars and the sun are moving over us each day, rather than us moving underneath them. Now, one of the crazy things about the Orion's belt and all the zodiacal signs is that they've been in the same positions, exactly the same formations, for thousands of years. Since all of recorded time, they've been in exactly the same position. But the Earth is moving. Once you consider that the sun is moving at 500,000 miles an hour, and we're traveling around the sun, and the galaxy is moving through the universe at millions of miles an hour, and all of these other star systems are meant to be moving in their own Big Bang type explosions in all random different directions, yet in a year's time, that star will be in exactly the same place with exactly the same formation around it as it was last year and 10 years ago and 100 years ago. So if you think about an explosion, there's nothing ordered about that. It's all chaotic. It's all going in all different directions. Therefore, our star systems should be randomly changing all of the time.
Not necessarily, because the Big Bang is what started it all. So it went every single direction possible, putting out all the materials from what obviously was before. To make it expand. Yeah, and it's still expanding. So the universe is constantly expanding, infinitely expanding. Yeah, it's hard to get your head around, but it's more fun not knowing.
It's more fun not knowing. Well, I know, but I think we're being kept in the dark for a very important reason, and that is because you are the center of creation. That whatever God or creator exists intended to create this world as a school or a place for you to come and inhabit, rather than there has to be other life. Yeah.
Tiny microorganisms. There's got to be something.
If there's one possibility for us to exist, there has to be, or there has to. If it's a fraction of our possibility of living, then put that on the scale of the universe. There's got to be many. May not just be. May not be close to us.
Imagine how much universe there is. It could be millions and millions.
Trillions of miles and light years.
So far away that no one's ever going to know that it exists, and they won't ever know that we're here.
Like everything you see in the sky is only a very small percentage of
what is.
in the universe.
Okay. Well, if I could say that I don't know that there isn't other life. I don't know that. Is there extra terrestrials and all of that sort of thing? Yeah, I would say that that's a possibility. But let me offer you what I think, because I raised my older children who went through university on evolution, Big Bang. And Big Bang, by the way, is a Catholic invention. Did you know the Big Bang was invented by George Lemaitre, who's a Catholic priest? Now, what I think is that everything that you see, the stars that you see, are actually within a few thousand miles of us. Everything is very close and very small, and the universe as we know it is like a big apple or an orange, and everything that we can see is inside of that orange. Are there other oranges in the orange grove? Possibly. I'm not saying there isn't, but I don't think that we can get outside of our orange, or other things can come inside of our orange. In the flat earth theory, the possibility that there's other land that is being hidden from us, upon which extra terra or extra land and extraterrestrials exist, yeah, I'm down with that possibility.
With your apple and orange.
Yes.
I think that might be a theory because we don't have the technology yet to go outside of that, and because it would take so long
to get
out of that, even if we were going at light speed for years and years and years, it would take so much longer than just a human average life to get to the outside. That maybe they say that we only are limited to that amount of space because we don't know because we haven't actually explored that space outside apart from using telescopes.
Okay, so what if I was to, how would you know that Alpha Centauri is 15 light years away or 100 light years away? How would you know that? How could you and I prove that?
You could work out in maths.
Okay, so we can't actually test that. I mean, we're seeing, like if I was a small child and you were saying, I was saying, look, you can see that light in the sky. That could either be hundreds of, maybe 100 miles up, and I can zoom into it with a powerful camera and fill my whole screen with it. And so I could say it's 100 miles, or I could say, by the way, it's trillions of miles away. It's just that it's such a big light that you're able to see it from trillions of miles away. I can't prove necessarily either of those two. So I'm offering another theory, which is that everything is much, much closer than we're told. Like take the moon landings, for example, right? They happened over 50 years ago. And we haven't been back we haven't put a man back on the moon. Now, all technology in my lifetime, I'm 55, in my lifetime, all technology has advanced exponentially. The phone I'm holding in my hand, I couldn't even conceive of it when I was your age. It's so far ahead of time. But yet in the 1960s, they could fly to the moon, make a phone call to the White House, speak to President Nixon from the moon. Now, I can go out of Glastonbury 10 miles and get into the countryside, and I can't get a signal on my phone. Why? Because I don't have well, pardon?
Probably don't pay enough.
No, well, because you know how the phone is working from ground towers. My phone is triangulating. That's how the sat-nav will work. It's triangulating from ground towers. And if I go into a valley or far enough away from town where there's no towers, and I've done a lot of traveling, I got no signal. Why? Because I'm too many miles away from the nearest receiver. If it was a satellite system, like they tell us, and there were things above my head, then I should never lose signal. I should always be able to have coverage, if that were true. But the data industry tell us that 99% of all data traffic happens through ground towers and cables. Only 1% is said to be going through the satellite system.
That strength they've got going up through the satellites that they use to make the phone calls from the moon.
Yeah.
surely that's, if they did spread that,
Yeah.
it would be quite dangerous. People can set off bombs for miles and miles through
Well-
those signals, you know.
Well, if you were into radio, like ham radio and that kind of thing, and you were trying to send a signal to America from Glastonbury, you would need a very powerful a receiver and a very powerful transmitter. You would, and it would need to have a lot of battery pack. So all of that would have to have been taken up to the moon in order to imagine that even being possible. But
Probably why they haven't done it again. It's a load of effort.
a load of effort, do you think?
And it
But if they
may
can
not
do,
need to go up again.
It was very expensive as well, and everyone's in debt.
And because JFK made wanted it, he said when he was president, I want to go to
The moon.
We want a
Yeah.
man on the moon.
yeah, we want to put a man on the
No
moon.
one's really said that since.
But they've
Okay.
already done it once. Tons of money.
I used to, by the way, I used to believe that we landed on the moon, but when you start to go and analyze the photographs that are available, and the guys are getting a photo up here with my flyer, when you go and look at the photograph of the lunar lander, you'll notice that there's no dust on the gold feet of the lunar lander, and yet there's a 10,000 pound thruster that had been pushing down to stop the thing as it landed on the moon, which should have, given it's a dusty surface, should have kicked up exponential amounts of
It's
dust.
a different atmosphere on the moon. I mean,
And have you ever seen the moon on a full moon night, how bright it is? Have you ever noticed that? Now imagine how bright it would be if you traveled the 250,000 miles to the moon. Do you think it would be brighter than it is from here?
depends. Just because you stand close to a mirror doesn't mean the light shining on it is brighter. Depends
But-
on your angle.
Okay, but do you think that if I had a light that was powerful enough for you to see it from 1,000 miles away, just say 1,000 miles, when you got close to that lighthouse, it would be
It's not
so
direct
light,
light, it's a reflection.
a reflection.
Okay.
Okay,
It's the reflection from the sun reflecting back
Okay.
to us.
okay, and mainstream science, hey guys, mainstream science is now accepting that the moon is reflecting a cold light. That the moon itself is actually giving off a cold light. If you go in the shade of the moon, it's warmer than in the direct moonlight itself. But I want to come back to the point I was making about a lighthouse. A lighthouse is barely visible from 50 miles, but at 30 miles you can see it, 20 miles, and by the time you're a meter away from the lighthouse, it's burning your face. Do you get that? Do you understand
That's
that?
direct light, that's a source.
Okay.
A light source
Okay.
rather than
Like if you're right next to the sun, it's
Because when it's reflected, it will be diffused anyway, it wouldn't be so direct.
Okay. No, but but it's still reflecting enough light to illuminate half of the Earth at night, or the night part of the Earth, right? You agree that it's got to be a super bright light if it's going to illuminate half of the Earth at
But
any
it
given
is
time.
diffused, it's bounced, because the direct light is in a straight.
and plus
thing.
it's
When it reflects, it goes off in a triangle, diffuses. So yes, it's very bright, but also
Yeah.
it's not.
But it's
looking at the sun.
yeah.
You know, you
But
stare at
okay.
the sun
No,
all
I
the
get you.
time.
I get
plus
you.
on like foggy nights for ships,
Yeah.
the light has got to get through all that fog,
Yes.
and so diffuses it quicker.
Yes.
And so that's
Yes.
why you can't see it.
Yes.
Like on a foggy evening, you can't see it for like 40 meters.
Yes.
But like on a
Yes.
clear evening, you can see it for hundreds of
Correct.
meters.
Or 100. Even I think about 80 miles is about as far as the best viewing of a lighthouse
I was
is.
just giving the
But
example.
yeah, so but the point is that the closer you get, okay, but the closer you get to the light source, the brighter it's going to be. The photographs
Oh,
of the
yeah.
men on the moon look like they're on a dull, lifeless, lightless environment,
That's because there's no light sources on the moon.
but it's reflecting. So if I went and stood on the reflecting mirror, it would be very bright. But if I went
It
20,
wouldn't be as bright as the source.
no, it's not as
It
bright as
depends
the
how
sun.
far away it is.
Anyway, it's been useful. Good luck.
All right.
Have a good one. All right, guys. Well, that was really not going anywhere fast, was it? But hey ho, let's get them thinking. I've had some people come around while I was talking to them.
I didn't get anything because there's nothing there that I wanted.
All right. Okay. Can I give you my flyer though? We live in an electromagnetic realm, and everything about atoms and rocks floating in space is all bullshit designed to rob you, just like the religions did. Rob you of your true divinity, of your truth. You're not on camera.
It's recording.
Yeah. Don't fear. Your government is filming you all the time. Look, there's cameras up there. Trust your government, eh? Don't trust your brother. So hey ho. There you go. Let's say hello to the chat. Is that hey Sherry, how you going? Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate that. He just caught up with me. Yeah, just saying hello to the chat. Folks, the Earth is not a globe. We've been lied to by NASA. Your government is trying to control your mind, keep you small, minimize you. The Earth is not a spinning rock. Rocks don't float. Gas giants don't float and hold themselves together in space. Saturn, Neptune. What a load of tosh. It's all about the energy. I don't speak English. Yeah. That was a little while ago. Francois Lagrange is Francois Lagrange, or Lagrange if you're English. He's my brother in South Africa, the flat earth farmer. Nice to see you, brother. The ego is so powerful with some of these people. The ego is powerful with all of us. It's really, you know, it's a matter of, I don't know, just balancing the ego with the sheep, egoat with the sheep. Now, Francois, the farmer, very kindly took care of us in South Africa. Guys, the electromagnetic universe theory. You don't live on a globe. NASA's holding your mind prisoner. Yeah, Francois very kindly took me into his home and us into his home. He even gave us a car. His brother gave us a car, and then he bought us a car, an old Mercedes, which we used to do some fantastic work, thousands of miles and fantastic work in South Africa last year. So thank you, brother, and Andre. So yeah, Francois was made a big difference to our stay in South Africa last year. So many thanks to you. And Francois is actually putting together some really nice outdoor bench tables where he's putting the blue dot, the David Weiss blue dot on some of them, and I saw one with the dose of reality on the other. Earth is not a globe, ladies. Hello. Free your mind from the control. Yeah, let's see what we can do today. Electromagnetic universe theory. Free your mind from the trap that the government planned, plotted, and controls. You even pay them taxes so that they can control you. Isn't that crazy? Electromagnetic theories, my friend. You are the center of creation. Did you know that? You're not evolved from apes. Did you know that? Do you believe you come from the apes like they teach us at school?
No, I question everything actually.
Good, good. Well, have you ever...
I wouldn't say that's true, but I wouldn't not say it's true.
Have you ever questioned this thing of curvature? You know, if we live on a globe, then the waters of our...
Flat Earth?
No, I'm a living man, but I know that the oceans are level. We have one sea level on Earth, tidal variations aside. So I think that we live on a plane inside of a globe, inside of an electromagnetic globe, not on the outside. Nature shows us that the orange wouldn't grow its fruit on the outside of the skin. It has to be within it, protected. And thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics demand that if you want a pressure system, like a deodorant can or whatever, you have to contain it. If you puncture it, immediate equalization of pressure. And we have no, according to the globe theory, we have no barrier between us and a vacuum, except for a theory called gravity.
Yeah. People talk about the firmament, don't they?
The firmament. The firmament. Yeah, that's the biblical version of it. And I think that that there has to be some kind of roof above us, and that NASA can't get more than 100 miles high.
I agree with some of those remarks.
Rocks don't float. And gas giants.
NASA is Disney for adults. Spotted that, right? Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and I used to believe it. I believe we landed on the moon, but that when you look at it critically, you realize you can't. You can't.
I watched a little video recently, and it wasn't about the fact that they dropped something. I can't remember what they were talking about, but they dropped it, and then it was a sound. You know, sound travels through, like, you know, it's vibration from air, isn't it?
It's perturbation of the ether. Yeah. No, I don't know about that. You know, they've never put a man in a spacesuit into a vacuum chamber to test it.
Are they not?
And you'd think, if you're going into a vacuum, that's the first place you'd want to test it before you left Earth.
They put it in water tanks, don't they?
It's all underwater work that they do for the international. And then sometimes you see, once or twice, they've done a little experiment in the ISS, and something has fallen as if under gravity.
Yeah.
And now they've come up with this idea that there are pockets of microgravity in space, which is why sometimes things on the ISS will fall like as if they were on Earth.
Right.
So no, the same with the lunar lander was never successfully even flown on Earth, let alone to take it up into space and get it to land onto the moon and all of this sort of thing. And I believe the story that, it's because the gravity is 6 times less on the moon, so it's going to be much easier to do that. But then when you look at the lunar lander, which has a very powerful retro rocket that apparently put it onto the surface of the moon, the feet around the lander are perfectly clean, as though it was just lowered down onto there by a crane rather than some dusty experience. Yeah. And as I was just saying to some people, if the moon is as bright as it is, that it can illuminate half of the Earth, then the guy standing on it, when the sun was apparently shining on it, should have been the brightest, should have whited everything out. But the photos on the moon look all done and dark and dull. Yeah. So the moon landings, I think what we see is a light in the sky. What it is, how it works, that's another. We can theorize about that. We don't really know. Yeah. So Flat Earth doesn't claim to have all the answers, but it's really just an intro to saying we don't believe the story of spinning globes, running around in a vacuum, and all of that sort of stuff. And evolution, as I said earlier on, I think that we didn't evolve. We were created perfect as we are. Yeah. This was the intention, was to come here and have an experience as we are, not to wait millions of years for the dinosaurs to get wiped out and all that sort of story. So I talk on electromagnetic universe, if I can offer you a flyer. Okay. Just food for thought, just to, I don't have all the answers, but I know for sure we're being controlled. Probably to try and minimize us, to demean us in the same way that religion has tried to do over the centuries.
Yeah. So how do you see other galaxies and stars? What do you see them?
Well,
do you see them as they are?
I see them as just okay. So in an electromagnetic universe, what you've got is vibration occurring inside of the system that creates what we see as a star. So all of the so-called galaxies and so on are actually within our own universal egg, our own orange, if you like. Nothing that we can see at night in the sky is outside of the container that we live inside of. And it all might be within thousands of miles rather than light years away, all of these things.
Yeah. Because the whole light year stuff is like mind-blowing anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, it is mind-blowing and unprovable. We have to take it on the theory that if this is this far...
They prove it on supernova stuff.
Yeah. Now, I think that inside of a dynamic system, there are going to be energies that occur that we see as a supernova. Something flares up and goes out, and so on. I think this is all happening inside of the space. I liken it to being inside of an orange. If you had to peel the orange open, it would have segments, and each of those segments, the pith of that, is carrying electrical charge from the tree to feed the orange, to fill the orange with fruit. And I think that's really everything that we see is inside of that orange. We can't travel more than 100 miles into the sky, as far as I can tell. Maybe even 50 miles would be beyond what we can do. So all of the lights, all of the energy that we see is inside of our so-called universe. There aren't other galaxies with planets and exoplanets and all of this sort of stuff that they try and tell us. It's all inside of our universal egg.
Yeah, it's interesting theory.
Yeah, and
I'm not someone who would go, oh, rubbish.
Oh, good for you.
I've listened to you. I know the mainstream because I've always been interested in astronomy and that sort of stuff.
Well, you'll know, that the zodiacal signs, those positions have remained solid, fixed, for thousands of recorded years. the zodiacal signs, the Orion's belt.
They change over millions of years. Don't they?
Yeah, well, I don't know how we'd know that.
Because we're, well, it's supposed to be travelling, it's supposed to be expanding, isn't it? And then, so, I don't know, I can't think how they change that. So, if you go back a couple of thousand years, I think it's only like 2,000 or 3,000 years, you'll find like the plough.
Yes.
That's the range. It wouldn't look quite the same.
Right.
But I can't remember, because I haven't really bothered with it.
Have you heard?
Quite many years, I can't remember exactly how they change. It's
Precession of the equinoxes. Have you know that phrase? Precession of the because it was discovered a few thousand years ago that there was a 26,000 year cycle, and during this 26,000 year cycle we do see different formations, but they'll come around every 26,000 years. That's the precession. So things do vary, but I mean you can come back night after night after night and see exactly the same patterns of stars in exactly the same position.
We're only around for 78 years.
Yeah. But the Sumerians, when they had this astrolabe clock that they used to predict the position of the stars and that kind of thing, and that was all based on everything's turning over our head, rather than we're spinning in 4 different directions and it just happens to be in the same place because of the distance of these things are so far away. That's why they appear to be in the same place. But
did you believe the so what would you say, powers that be? So whoever's controlling the narrative, do you believe that they know the truth and they might have answers?
Yes. There's 2 schools of thought. One is that society.
Actually hiding the truth.
Sorry, who?
Yeah. Is it the banks run the world, don't they?
The banks run the world, but the banks are sort of enabled by something above the banks. I think the banks are a tool that whoever runs this game, whatever runs this game, uses as a means of control.
Do you believe in simulation?
Yeah, I think that it's possibly that this is. I think that it's like I think that's a possibility that this is.
That might explain a lot.
Yeah, that it's a simulation that. Well, I do for sure think that this is an electromagnetic realm. So everything that we see as the solid is actually just light and frequency and vibration, and we detect it as paper or rock or you, and so that means that this realm that we're on or in is also simply an electromagnetic vibration or simulation is one way of seeing it, but I think that it's a spiritual realm. So I think we live in some kind of spiritual system. And the people that run this game are either ignorant of that and they try and make sense of this crazy world that we live in, or they know that and they don't want us to spiritually ascend. So they use religion and science as a means of controlling us. Some say it's simply because they want to get rich, but I think it's much more than simply this power game that we see. The power game is a way of keeping me at odds with you, so that I want to get ahead. I want to earn more money than you. I want to, and that ego sort of takes hold, and now I'm starting to make profit at your expense, or I'll give you poisons even though I, just so I can make money. But I think spiritually we're being tested here to see whether we can work this out and maybe ascend. If not, maybe we have to keep cycling back in order to kind of learn the lessons that we're meant to learn.
Yeah.
As you go into researching how much of our history has been misled, it seems possible that over the last 400 to 500 years, maybe less, there have been cataclysms on Earth, a little bit like the Noah's flood, which has taken away previous civilizations. So the survivors of those civilizations might have been our forefathers who lived in caves. And then they have this sort of caveman story that we sort of came out of that.
Even at a higher level of technology.
Yes.
That was lost.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think that when you look back at ancient buildings that are really beautiful and are hard to build today, or almost impossible to build today, even our old music, like the Mozart and those sorts of things, and the great art and stuff, Sistine Chapel, all of these things that are beyond what we can do today, they had to have a technology or a culture that was able to produce that stuff. So we haven't come from people who were far simpler. I think we've come from people that were far more advanced. Now, the story goes possibly that the people who run the game know that nature does this, or there's this cyclical flushing of the system. So what they do is they maybe hide the technology, bury it underground or whatever, and wait for the cataclysm to come, and then after 100 years of people surviving in the wilderness, they start to put schools together and start to teach people, this is what you are, this is who you are, and so on. And then over decades they'll eke out the technology so that eventually we might get back to a level of technology, but we'll never realize how it has come about, and it will be used obviously to control us or minimize us. And if you the all roads lead to Rome phrase comes to mind in terms of who controls us, it does seem like the Vatican is one of the most powerful entities here, and it has done an awful lot over the centuries to force people into belief systems. And
that's for control.
Yeah, that's for control. But it might be, I mean, let's say we made a deal with God, if you like, to say, I'm going to test myself. I'm going to put myself in a prison and see whether I can work it out. In that case, the Vatican is doing us a favor by controlling us and minimizing us. Yeah. But it could be the other way, simply that they're trying to control us from a spiritual point of view, so we never ascend. The Harrys. There's a lot of, I think we come from love. Whatever the creation is, it's a loving system, and we're put in something that is dualistic. So it's got both the love and the hate, the light and the dark, and we can choose or be cajoled into going down the hate and the division and the separation and the racism and all of those sorts of things that this world is set up to create.
What put you on this path of your beliefs?
Well, I wrote a book about my time in the Angolan War as a kid, and then someone came to me and said, your battles were being controlled by the Americans and the Russians. That was a big sort of slap in the face for me. And then I was starting to research stuff again, and I came across 9/11 might have not been the way they portrayed it on the TV, and that was a big thing for me to just go, wow, there's another story completely that has got nothing to do with the Muslims and everything to do with this control system. And so once I'd opened the possibility that wow, we are being lied to at every level, and that all the governments of the world, not all, but most of the big governments of the world are in cahoots, working to control us, then I was willing to look at these things, and I came across this formula for the curvature of water in a globe, and it's 8 inches per mile squared, and I grew up by the sea, and I was like, no, that's not there.
I've seen, I mean, you see it all on Facebook, don't you? And then people like to discredit it by saying, oh, you just saw that on Facebook. But I mean, where else are you going to see these kind of videos of, like for instance, the looking at distance at the horizon where a ship goes below, and then they zoom in a bit, and then it's still there.
Yeah. Well, that was my thing, was that I knew that on clear days I could see much further towns up the coast. For example, 10 miles up the coast, I could see all of the streetlights and things like that at the beach level, and I know that that's on one level, and I'd never really thought about it.
Not to say that it, I don't just say, oh, that's not true, but I like to look at how maybe, to put sort of, what's the word? So to sort of test that argument, the fact that kind of theory, is gravity. Yeah. And then when you look at everything, sort of, well, we don't really see it. We haven't really seen it. We see the moon. Yeah. But then that could be projected or something. Yeah. But then the stars and everything seem to be balls. And gravity, you can imagine that gravity must be pushing from all sides, so everything would become a globe or a ball. Yeah. How do you
Okay, so there was a key word you used there, was imagine. Yeah. And this is what they do when you're young, is they get us to imagine how this is possible. Now when I ask my 5-year-old son to look at the stars, he tells me he sees a light, and if we look at them under a powerful camera, what we see is a disc. Is it round? Is it spherical? I don't know. But the idea that because my pencil falls to the floor or whatever, and we call that gravity, is that it's being attracted to the earth, is debunked by the idea that I could take a helium balloon and it'll just fly straight up against that, and it'll fly up to about 5,000 meters or 8,000 meters or 10,000 meters, and there it'll find its buoyancy, its level where it's at its mean buoyancy, so it'll stop going up at that point. So everything in our world works on density and buoyancy.
And the helium is being restricted in a vessel.
Yes.
So it's fighting. It's enough to fight against gravity, because gravity isn't massively strong. Well, it can be, but you know, like we're used to this gravity. If we went somewhere where it's a heavy, you know, a denser body, then obviously it would be flat to the floor.
Well, if gravity was strong enough, well, these are all good theories. Well, if gravity was as powerful enough to hold a super tanker ship to the underside of the globe, then a butterfly or whatever would struggle to get away from it. But we're taught to believe that it's because of its mass, that, you know, it's because it's very heavy, it's going to be more and more attracted to the underside of the globe. So the helium, right, and hot air rises, like a hot air balloon will rise simply because it's become lighter than the air around it.
But gases, you can have dense gases, can't you? Like,
yes.
Like that will hit.
Is it argon or some of these heavier gases that sit on the floor?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
agreed. But that's to do because they're they're heavier.
What I'm trying to say is there an argument for the fact that the gas or whatever it is being constricted inside a balloon, for instance, with the helium, and that is powerful enough to defeat gravity. So that's why it escapes gravity until you say it gets to a certain level.
Yeah. So let's say I pop the helium balloon that I'm holding in my hand now.
It escapes then, so it's not restricted. So
it's not restricted.
Disperses,
but it will go up, because it's like the football that's pushed under the water. It's wanting to force its way up to neutral buoyancy. Yeah. So it's going to force its way up to a point where it's happy, where it's at its right level, and the idea that gravity is then going to reach up to 10,000 feet or 50 miles or whatever, and then start to hold it, doesn't make sense. What we know is that if I had a deodorant can and I punctured it, the gas would immediately equalize with the surrounding environment. And so for our Earth to have no containment and just use gravity as the excuse to say it's not going to go into the vacuum of space doesn't hold water physically. You know, that doesn't make sense physically. So I suggest to people that there must be some lid, there must be a roof, there must be something holding our gas onto the Earth. And then, just like there is a strata as you go down in scuba diving, there are strata of gases that you can see as you go up. You can do that in a test tube, you can do that with different liquids, washing liquid, oil, water. You put them in a test tube and they will all find their level. And not only will they find their level, but that level will be parallel. Every body of liquid will find a sort of parallel level between the next one. So if I made that test tube 10,000 miles across, I would still expect to see the same result, that everything would still be in strata, would be level. So that's how I think that the world works, is that everything finds its own natural place based on its buoyancy. If you and I jumped into, if we filled Glastonbury with water, you and I would float above the water because we are buoyant in water.
Yeah.
If you emptied your lungs, you would start to sink because you'd lose that buoyancy that your lungs are giving you.
Yeah.
So everything works on buoyancy and density, and in
lots of variables.
In science, they will tell you, in quantum physics, they will tell you that the gravitational force is orders of magnitude lower than the electromagnetic forces that are here on Earth. Orders of magnitude lower. So I suggest that everything is an electromagnetic system. We do have static electricity and so on. You could rub a piece of plastic against your hair, a balloon against your hair, and it'll stick to your hair through the static electricity that's forming. But the gravitational force has got like 0 point, and with 25 zeros after, before you start to get to the first digit. It is so tiny, infinitesimally small. So gravity, I think, is actually just being used as the belief system to explain how there might be balls of gas up in space, you know, Neptune and so on, that these are just balls of gas held together under their own weight. Yeah. But in physics, you know that if you let off a stink bomb in a lift, that gas is going to dissipate and move around everywhere in that space. It cannot be controlled and contained once you release the container. And that's what I think would happen if we lived on a globe, like they say, is that everything would be immediately sucked off into the vacuum of space. And did I say to you that they've never? Yeah, I did. Eh? They've never put a man in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. And that would be a go-to for me to say, look, we can make that spacesuit work in a vacuum, but I don't believe that we can.
No.
So all of the when we look closely at the spacewalks, we sometimes see bubbles leaving the helmet.
In that conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and in 2015, an astronaut nearly died on a spacewalk because his helmet filled with water. Yeah. So hint. But they'll tell us, no, that's the cooling pack that he's wearing on him that's doing that. Yeah. But if we were in the thermosphere, as they say, with the ISS, the temperatures are said to get into the thousands of degrees centigrade, which is way beyond the melting point of any of the equipment or any of the machinery that they have up there. And if you were building an International Space Station, there should be video footage of it being built, constructed on Earth, tested on Earth, and then, but there's none of that we don't see any of this kind of evidence of these things actually working. Same with a rocket going through out into outer space. We've never seen a single bit of footage that takes the camera all the way from ground through to that. Same as the airlock that they use to go from the space station into the vacuum of space. We've never seen that in an unbroken thing. We've never even seen a 360 pan where the cameraman can turn all the way around in that, because they're basically doing it in a studio.
Yeah.
And all of the floaty stuff that they do on the International Space Station, that's done with cables. It's done with the vomit comet that they use to simulate 0G for 45 seconds at a time, and then they'll clip it all together and say, this is us playing in space. Tim Peake, when he went up there, he did an interview for Channel 4 on his first day in space, and he said they asked him to do a flip. It's still on YouTube. You asked him to do a flip, and he looks like he's doing it in a circus on a circus harness.
You see his clothes pulling.
His clothes are pulling. He's got what looks like a big harness, a nappy inside of his trousers. The belt that he's using is so thick. It's like, come on, man. None of this stuff makes sense. You can take a set of golf clubs onto the moon for the moonwalks and stuff, but you can't put a camera up there for 6 hours while you're there and just watch the Earth slowly rotating. They only took a photo of the Earth on the way back on the final mission. That was the only time in 1972 that they actually bothered to take a photo of Earth from space. So a lot of this stuff is, once you start to see through the lies, you start to say, well, they're misleading us on that. And in your lifetime, they haven't been back since 1972.
No.
And if like with all technology, it generally progresses forward. So we should be flying up there for the weekend.
That they destroyed the technology.
You've done your research. Yeah, we'd go back in a nanosecond.
I am interested in this.
We'd go back in a nanosecond, they say, but we've destroyed the technology. Man's greatest feat, and we don't have any of the tapes, any of the telemetry, how we did it. And even those people that are in the space program, they don't have to know that they're deceiving us.
And apparently, I heard someone say once that the this is going back a few years, they even said it then, that we went to the moon with computer technology less than like an Amiga computer.
Yes. Yeah. So you'd think we'd be able to do that. Yeah, but they don't want to show us how it worked. They never showed us how the stars are, from out there, how the stars would look, because that amount of detail would have been too difficult for them to fake. So they oh no, we can't see stars. Some astronauts say, well, we can see stars. No, I think that even Buzz Aldrin has kind of said out, that we never went. He's sort of said those words, and
changes, doesn't he?
Yeah, and when the three of them, Armstrong and Aldrin and Collins, come back, they look so miserable. You've seen that interview on their return. If you'd won the World Cup, or if you've done something incredible on that level, you'd be so excited. It would be hard to contain what you've seen. And if you and I had both been in that, we'd both be saying, yeah, do you remember when we saw this? And our stories would correlate, Whereas one guy says, oh no, we couldn't see stars, and then the other says, no, we did see some stars. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with their own story. So once you start to look at that, you look at the ISS, you look at the fact that we can't prove that the Earth is spinning, all the thermodynamic stuff I was saying, water, the way that water operates physically. Yeah, the idea that it's a rock spinning in space is all designed as a belief system to minimize us, and to control us for whatever reasons. That's another conversation.
Yeah. It's been nice talking to you.
I'm Dave.
Yeah, hello Dave. I'm Graham.
Graham.
Yeah.
All right, Graham. Well,
it's something I do look into.
Cool. Well, I think that we are meant to be the center of creation. Like, this is your universe. This is your world. You are it's almost like we are the multiverse, because I'm a universe, you're a universe, and we're kind of interacting here on this playing field.
I've recently, it was some time ago, I found out about reality transfer.
No.
Reality transfer. So it's a little bit like law of attraction.
Okay.
Law of attraction.
Yes.
But it sort of takes it a bit further. So
okay.
If you were interested.
Say it again.
Reality transfer.
Okay.
So it believes that there's lots of different versions of us.
Yes.
Leading different existences.
Okay.
And we can kind of raise ourselves up into. I look at it a bit like the snakes and ladders board.
I love that analogy. I used it just the other day. Yes.
To a higher.
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
Higher as in where you want to be in the future.
Yes.
So I'd say I want to have a fantastic job. That's the top of the ladder. So I can climb up to that. I can also have sort of I forgot the words for it now, but sort of forces that the way you lead your life, you can have balancing forces come along, and that's what will take you down the slope.
Okay.
So you can slide back down to a lower slope.
Okay.
You know, and only lower as in where you want to be.
Okay.
You know, so there might be a space where I'm not happy. I don't really want to be here. I want to be sort of on a different plane.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like what do they call it? Like the reality field, where there's all these different versions of us, and we can sort of work our way through.
All of those versions are here on Earth. Is that?
So. This is where it's a bit complicated now, because I'm not an expert. But I've thought about these principles myself. So, yeah. So, what's the word? We have different versions of ourselves. So, different realities. I can't think of a correct term for it now. So.
That's all right, Graham. Well, I think that possibly that we exist on different planes of existence, so that you have, they talk about seven heavens.
Sorry, yeah.
Go on.
So like film sliding doors.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Different versions of ourselves.
I have this theory that it's possibly like a pyramid system, and that you have a higher self above you, and that higher self can incarnate in more than one avatar. So it might be that there's thousands or even millions of your higher self, even though you and I, we could come from the same higher self but not know it. And and as you get up the pyramid, eventually you get to the single capstone, which is all. That's the So and so there's fewer and fewer, and down here at the bottom plane there's millions and billions of us, and then as you get to the top, only one. But there's this idea that maybe we exist also simultaneously in these 7 different tiers or 7 heavens, and that your higher self is operating and doing things in a different realm. That could be in this space, I don't know, but operating in a different realm and going about its thing, having experiences, and this is possibly what we see sometimes when we dream.
I suppose reality transfer is talking about possibilities.
Yeah.
So possibilities that you can in this plane.
Yeah.
So if you look at it as like a bit like electrons going around the center,
yes.
There's these different kind of like how we imagine, how we've been taught and imagine.
Yeah.
It's not like you can raise yourself up into different planes.
Absolutely.
I look at so something I think about is the like knowledge. Like all knowledge is already there.
Yes.
So like when we were cavemen, if there was such a thing. When we was cavemen and we wanted to build a plane, we could have raised ourselves up. We needed to raise ourselves up to reach that knowledge.
Yes.
Because energy can't be destroyed. So these ideas are already to do something.
Yes.
Are already there.
Yes. They call it the Akashic Records. Yeah, so when I took DMT in 2015, it was like, this is partly what set me on this path of, wow, I'm not a material being and there is a God. I didn't believe in any of that stuff. I was quite atheistic in my outlook. And so I took the DMT in 2015, and it felt as if I could see this, like libraries, infinitely stretching far back into the distance of all of human knowledge past, all of human experience past, and it seemed even if I could see the future too, but it was more clear to me that all of everything that's ever transacted is stored in the Akashic record, the cloud, if you like, in the water. And
I see it.
and so, but I don't. Whatever the answers are to all of these incredibly esoteric and interesting questions, is we may not ever know those answers, but I believe we come from goodness, and our best approach to life is to operate from that place of goodness. But whilst we're in the separation of, like I said to you, I went to war as a kid in Angola. But I'd been propagandized by my government and forced by the law to go to the army and to think that I was under threat from communism and all of that sort of thing. Well, we were under threat from communism, but we believed that it was coming from the Russian side, and we were trying to defend ourselves from that. So I was misled to go to war, and we are misled to go to war with our brothers and sisters every day. And I think that we've got to, once we can start to unpick the programming, then we can start to interact with each other or deal with each other as the divine sovereign beings that we truly are.
Yeah.
And so even if I don't ever know all the answers to life and death and what have you, I'm not doing this because I think that God's going to punish me. I don't believe in the Catholic version of punishment and sins and all of that sort of thing. It's simply that I know that if we operate from goodness, the world within me will start to shine in the world without. So within, so without. And because there's so much hurt and anger and pain within most of us, we are creating a world of anger, hurt, and pain outside of us. And we will come back into balance once more people realize that, we should live from love. And if we express love, we will find a world that's far more loving in due course.
Yeah, reality transurfing is sort of describes that as well, but it's more that you mirror.
Right.
So if you're mirroring hate, you're going to receive hate.
Yes. So, and that's why we live in a hateful world, because we've been propagandized and programmed to that fearful place.
Yes.
Graham, it's been really interesting talking to you, and I wish you well on your journey, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, all the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, there you go, friends. Crack. Hello, mate. How are you?
What is it if it's not a screen ball? Someone said it was a kind of donut.
A torus. Yeah, donut torus. I think that we live inside of it, and it might be spinning, but we can't live on the outside of a spinning rock. I think that we live inside an electromagnetic toroidal system. Our Earth that we're standing on now is a plane which has one ocean, and that ocean is level. So the Earth is not spinning as far as you and I can tell. As far as the roof is moving over our heads, the sky is moving over our heads, the stars, the sun, and all that sort of thing. But the idea that we're on the outside of the fruit doesn't stack up with what we see in nature. Nature always puts the fruit inside the skin, just like your body is inside the skin. If I tear off the skin, you die, and the fruit will dry, and nothing works without its skin. So I think that we live inside of a system, and we are all part of the system. Like I say to people, if you take one cell outside of an orange, if you take one cell from that orange, it is no less orange than the whole, but it's just a tiny fractal of the whole orange. Does that make sense?
Well, I just heard someone. I go to a discussion group once a week that talks about the cabal. And that they're being lied to all the time.
Yes.
By the media.
Yes.
And that there are bases on the moon and Mars and all sorts going on.
I used to believe that part of it as well, but now I think that the moon is a light. How it works, I can't tell you, but I think it's a light that we could never land on. I think that the rocket program can't get their rockets higher than 50 miles into the sky. Just things don't work once you get into the rarefied atmosphere above us. Our highest planes can go 30 miles up. When you look at the rocket launches from Cape Canaveral with the time-lapse footage, you can see they're doing like a parabola. They're going up, it's out of sight, and then they start to go back down again, and they probably drop them into the Bermuda Triangle, and then they carry on the charade. So things are a deception. I used to believe in the aliens on the moon and all of that. I really did. And then I found out that there's meant to be a curvature to the body of water that we live on, and that formula for curvature doesn't stack. over 10 miles, they say it should be 800 inches of curvature. Over a 10-mile lake, there should be 800 inches of curvature. In other words, 400 inches of a hump in the middle. But I can see over 10 miles on a clear day, and I can see the other beach on that lake. And so I know that water is level. It doesn't matter how big that lake is. There's a lake in Russia called Bilikal, and it freezes over once a year. It's 300 miles long, and it's so flat they turn it into an ice rink. So we know that water, once it comes down the mountain, it'll get into a lake, and that lake will be parallel with the next lake down the mountain. Once the water overflows that lake, it'll run down to the next lake, until it gets to the sea, which is just one big lake. That's the physical world, and we're sort of primed for this argument about the physical world, and I don't think it's a physical world. I think it's an electromagnetic world, and I'd love for you to take my flyer to your conversation group and get people to really start testing their thinking. That we are sovereign beings set here by God or the Creator to have a divine experience, but that experience has been misled by religion and science to kind of minimize us, to make us believe we evolved from apes and that we had to wait for the dinosaurs to get wiped out, which of course is not creation. No creator would say, oh, well, I'm just going to throw a bomb into the scrapyard and hope a Ferrari comes out the other side. That's not going to work. Good luck, brother.
Take care, man.
Yeah, all the best.
Interesting stuff.
Thanks, man. All the best. Cheers, brother. Hey, friends. Well, there's a lot of chat I've been missing out on. Would you guys, strike the like and subscribe. Thanks, Brian. And also share, man. If you can share this out, just get a few more people watching. That would be great, you know. We're still building up this channel again. Hello, how are you doing?
I thought you were chatting to me then.
No, sorry, I'm chatting to my chat room. I'm on a live stream at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I've got a flyer on the electromagnetic universe.
I was like, I watched Beyond the Curb.
Oh yeah, the documentary, yeah.
I got put off my mate because I don't believe 90% what I see on the TV. I think it's all
good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell live vision.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, I got into it a little bit, but what put me off, and my mate's quite acute on quite a lot of stuff, and he said it's something like CIA put out to myth people up about a flat Earth. You know, to put a conspiracy out there. And that's the only, and I know they do a lot of that, the CIA, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, they actually invented the word conspiracy to throw us off. That was because of obviously being Kennedy.
Yeah.
So that's the only way, but yeah, I've definitely...
Well, we know that conspiracies are happening all the time, but they don't like to call them conspiracies in the newspaper. So I know people personally that were in that documentary Beyond the Curve, and I think they were legit. But the people who were making the documentary really didn't like the idea of flat Earth, so they made it into something. They made it look a little bit silly. I did something for the Guardian newspaper, and they did the same thing with what I did, was to try and minimize it or to make it look silly. So I try and, for a guy anyway, I try and keep it logical. When it comes to the curvature over water, we know that this formula that they've given us for the globe is 8 inches per mile squared. And if you take that over 10 miles, 20 miles or whatever, you're getting into serious amounts of curvature drop. So you should be able to measure that. That's good science, is that I should be able to go out and measure that. Don't tell me that because my eyes can't see the ship after 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, that means that it's there. I don't need to go and measure it. Because what we've done is we've taken powerful zoom cameras and said, watch, that ship's going to go away in 3, 4 miles over the curvature. Then I pick up the camera, boom, and there it is. The whole ship is back in view. Now it can't be coming back over the curve.
There's a lot. Well, they do that very... They do that a lot in the news at the moment. I watched a documentary they put out on it's the Fun Solution Auschwitz and that. And there's a bloke on there, David Irvine and other people.
Oh yeah.
It's good and interesting because they would never let a proper debate about that, would they?
Yeah.
So, but at the end of it, they had a bloke who was didn't believe in it at all, but he had him making a song up. People, someone's in the news. Oh, there's he made a song up, so it made him that he was like a right anti-Semitic person, and they made it was very intelligent what he had to say, but all they focus on him is playing to an anti-Semitic song. So they do that a lot. In the news, and they can start off with headlines with a big capital, can't they, to make you. And I think they do that a lot with this as well.
What was that politician recently? He got ejected from the Conservative Party because he was talking about the needle, the jab thing.
Yeah, that's that's right. Yeah, David. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've turned him into some kind of anti-Semite
because he questioned the pharmaceutical companies.
But he was using evidence from a Jewish doctor. He was saying this is a Jewish doctor. And so they use that as a trigger to kind of frighten people away and say, yeah, this is all bullshit. That's why we've looked at this, the BBC, we've looked at this, but you can see where it's coming from, right?
Yeah.
The documentary you mentioned, one of the killer parts of that really hurt the debate was where they got a ring gyro, a very expensive ring gyro, and they used it to try and determine whether it was the air that was moving or the ether that was moving or the earth that was moving. And that gyro experiment kind of gave a bit of a faulty or a response that a lot of people come to me and say, yeah, you see, the ring gyro proved that we're moving at 15 degrees an hour. Because that's one of the big arguments is that, we can't test. There's no experiment that can test that the earth is spinning. But this ring gyro put a little bit of, put a bit of mud on our faces in a way, because it seemed like there is a drift. There is an ether drift. And I believe that there is an ether drift. I think that the air, the environment around us is moving, which is partly why the lights are moving in the sky and the sun is moving. There is this 15 degree per hour shift, but it's not us that's moving. It's the ether, the air, or the environment above us that's moving.
And the planets. So I think that if they are out there, if they're a lot closer to us than I think they are.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I'm not no physicist. So I've skimmed across the top, but. You don't need to go deep too much to know when you're being lied to sometimes. Once you get that little bite for it, you know. And the one thing I realise now is this, those you can't question is those who control you.
Yep. If you want to know who controls you.
Anyway, thank you very much.
All the best. Good luck. Cheers, brother. Sure, it's cold today, guys. I am actually shivering right now. Truthfully, I need to button up my jacket. I hope you're enjoying the conversation. So I'm having some nice ones today, as you can tell. It's interesting. Sorry, that's a bit close to the old facial. You guys get to see my face closer than I do, because, I sometimes get close to the camera. Anyway, so, it's. I hope you guys are enjoying that, as I said. We are infinite. Yeah, Jason, we are infinite. Francois wants to do some activism with me in South Africa. I really want to come back to South Africa in the not too distant future, but you may remember that my little boy, 5 years old, got a 5-year ban from South Africa. Can you imagine being 5 years old, he was 4 at the time, and being banned for 5 years from entering a country, which is crazy, eh? Oh, what could a 5-year-old have done? Was he working illegally or something? Or doing something nefarious? No. His South African passported parents stayed in the country for 11 months, and he was only allowed to stay for 3 months because of the visa situation. So I need to address that still. I've been trying to write to the South African non-authorities to say, hey, this is bullshit, but they don't write back to me. Because if I didn't write back to them, they would sack me straight away. They would charge me. How are you going, guys? Good.
You're free to talk?
I am free to talk. My name's Dave.
Nice to meet you.
Tobias?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
I was having a read of your stuff earlier. It's pretty interesting, to be fair.
Okay, thanks.
I never paid attention in school, so I haven't got a clue about what's what or what's where or how is it. So.
Can I offer you something to think about, Tobias? What if when you were in school at 6 years old, they told you stuff that you intrinsically said, no, that's bullshit. I'm not paying attention to this shit anymore.
Yeah.
And so you completely switched off of it. But when you're small and they say, hey, by the way, you're spinning, the earth is spinning, you're on a globe, you evolved from monkeys and all that sort of thing, that doesn't sit right with me, but you have to answer that as the right answer in question in class, otherwise you fail, right?
Yeah.
So I switched off school myself. But when I found this 7 years ago, I was like, shit, there's a real reason for me to go and tell people this information, because it empowers you in the way that school disempowered me.
Yeah.
It made me think that I was insignificant, and it wants you to think that you're insignificant, so you become a tax slave rather than knowing that you are the center of creation, that you are meant to be the divine spark of whatever the creator is.
Yeah.
And that this journey here of this life is meant to be one of soul growth or spiritual growth rather than the diminishment, and all we're interested in is watching the football and blah 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 blah, chasing skirts and stuff like that. Nothing wrong with obviously finding a woman attractive and all that sort of thing, but at the same time it needs to be balanced with who are we, and like if this is true that we are the center of creation, then I have to treat you with honor and respect, like you are. I'm talking to God.
Yeah.
And I would treat everybody as much as well as I could, given that. Yeah. But if I didn't know that, I'd be happy to go to war with another guy, as I did when I was 19 years old. I went to war in a country called Angola.
Oh wow, that's is it near Africa? Angola?
Yeah, bottom of Africa. I grew up in South Africa.
Oh, cool.
We had to do 2 years national service.
Yeah.
And they told us for years and years and years that the communists are coming to take our country. Shit. So we had to go and defend our borders. And in my time in 1987, I went into these tank battles.
Yeah.
And then after I wrote my book about it 10 years ago, someone came to me and said, you know, your battles were being staged. They were being organized by the Americans and the Russians. We'll have you guys fight there. We'll have you do this. And when I started to think about what my experience was in the 3 months on the front line, I was like, oh, some of that starts to make sense. Okay. And then I came across the 9/11 story. You know that's not what they told you about Al-Qaeda, you know, Bin Laden and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah. So once that fell apart, I started looking more deeply at a whole bunch of other stuff, like the moon landings and stuff like that, which I used to believe, by the way. Yeah. I was like, no, that's not true either.
I don't know anything about it, to be fair. So like, I was just reading some of the bits and bobs that were on here. You said it's from South Africa. Do you like Johnny Clegg?
Yeah.
Yeah, wicked. Yeah.
I know Johnny Clegg.
No way.
Well, he's dead now, but he used to train in the gym that I worked at in Johannesburg.
Hey,
I used to spot him with a bench press. No shit.
Johnny Clegg.
Really?
Yeah, there's Scatterlings of Africa.
Yeah, we are the Scatterlings of Africa.
Oh, yeah, it's a tune.
It's
a tune.
Yeah, man.
But because I don't know anything, I've just been reading on here, and obviously I've always been told the Earth's round. So
yeah.
It might sound like a really stupid question, but I'm quite naive.
Go for it.
If you was to, you know, like America, right? If you was to go to America and you went left,
yes.
What happens?
Okay.
Do you fall off the map?
Okay. Well, so because I know that the Earth is, well, I believe totally that the Earth is not a spinning rock, and we're on the outside. And if I'm in South Africa, I'm coming up the side of it, and so on. I flew 6 months ago or so. I flew from South Africa, and I've been thinking about this for 7-8 years now. But I'm meant to have travelled from the side here onto the top where England is. Right. But nothing in my body or my drink or anything or my gyroscope, any of these things will tell me that I've changed my perpendicular from this way to this way. Nothing shows us that. Right. So I know that. I know that water is level, but how the flat Earth works exactly, that's a big debate. Right. We don't have the answers on that. But let me show you this. This is a conception of how the flat Earth may work. Right. This layout of the continents, by the way, is exactly the same as the United Nations logo layout. And it puts your North Pole in the center there, and then the South, the South Pole is really just a ring of ice that closes the whole thing in. But this is one of the biggest sort of anti-flat Earth devices in my mind, because I don't think that it's a material world anymore. Right. I think it's an electromagnetic world. And in an electromagnetic world, it's like a torus. Yeah? And inside of that torus, just like say an apple or an orange, if you had to cut the apple down from top to bottom and let it fall open, where the seeds are, that's where our continents are.
Oh, right. So they're like inside the Earth.
We're inside it. Nature will show you that every fruit, everything has a skin, a tree, egg, apple. It's always got to have a skin. You have a skin. Without the skin, you don't live, right? So I think that we live inside something rather than on the outside, clinging precariously to the outside of it. But the little bit that we inhabit, this, what we call Earth, all of this has one ocean. Right. And that one ocean has pretty much the same sea level. In fact, the American, there's the, here is the, there's, what's it called, the Panama Canal. Right. Panama Canal connects this ocean to this ocean, and the USGS admits that the difference in height is 9 inches between that. And then we've got the Suez Canal, which goes through there, and the Suez Canal is 120 miles long, perfectly flat.
Right, I see.
So every body of water that we can measure, examine, or whatever will always find itself flat unless you're blowing on the surface.
So it's another silly question. I don't mean to.
No, please hit me with
hit me. Clueless to all of this. So if you was here, and you went on a boat. No, sorry, right. If you was here, and you went on a boat.
Yes.
Would I fall off the Earth?
No.
Would I go there and go and land into space?
Okay. So as far as we're concerned, there is no space other than the space between us.
Right.
outside of, in the biblical conception, not that I'm pushing any Bible or any religion, but in the biblical conception, the old cultures used to say that there's waters outside.
Yeah.
So outside of our orange, what we call the universe, our world, there might be water or something else, but I have no certainty and I don't make any claims about that.
Yeah.
But here's an interesting thing you won't have heard of, is that there's something called the Antarctic Treaty.
Okay.
And it was signed in about 1957, where all the big countries of the world at the time all agreed that they would never do any mining, they would never allow people to go there. So all the navies of the world, they patrol these areas. Here at the bottom of South Africa, if you had to travel about 1,000 miles down from South Africa, you'd be stopped by a naval ship. Guys have tried to do that. There's guys on YouTube who've talked about being turned back. There's videos of them being turned back by big Navy ships and so on. So anything after the 70th parallel, even planes can't fly below the 70th parallel. So we don't know for sure. There was a guy called Admiral Byrd who in the 1950s, an American guy, they sent him for about 10 years, maybe 15 years, to do massive expeditions. They sent him with a fleet of ships, including aircraft carrier and so on. And he used to go down there, down this way, over here. And he spent years and years and years exploring this area. And there's a video of him on a TV interview back in the 1950s saying, I found land bigger than America down there. And there's resources down there that would last humanity for hundreds of years.
Wow. So do you think that there's another part of the world that we've not experienced?
Yes.
Right.
I think that part of the flat earth or part of the globe thing is that if I put you on a globe, you can't go anywhere. There's nowhere else for you left to explore.
Yeah.
But on a flat plane, this bit of land that we see here may only be a fraction of the total land. Right. And when they talk about extraterrestrials, extra terra means extra land. So it may well be that there's other lands either outside of this ring or within the same orange, and we've just never been shown that. I mean, this is such a vast amount of ocean just here that there could be a continent there, and none of us have ever been allowed to go there. All shipping, by the way, if you ever look at like the around the world shipping thing where the guys do boating to go around the world, they'll go around here and then they'll land here in California, then they'll go around South America and they might touch Brazil or whatever, they might go to Cape Town, they might then carry on around here. But all of that you can do on this map. Right. You know, if I had to circumnavigate Glastonbury, doesn't mean it's a globe. Right. I've just gone around the neighborhood and come back round to where I started, and that all the shipping can easily be explained by that. Right. And the vast majority, 70-60% of all Earth shipping kind of goes this way and goes through the Suez Canal and then goes round to India and all of that sort of thing. So none of this needs to be on a ball. When I first discovered this back in 2016, I took a flight to France and I took a digital spirit level on my phone, and I zeroed it on the ground, on the floor of the plane. And then the whole way through the flight, I observed it, and our nose was 1.5 degrees up for the whole flight until we came to landing. When it came to settling, he put the nose at about 0.5 degree altitude up, and we slowly fell back down to the ground. And once the plane was settled, 0 again. But if I travel like they say it, 5% around the globe, then I should have changed, my aspect should have changed by at least a few degrees. Right. I should be able to observe that. And the old gyroscopes that are just it's a manual thing. You spin that up at your 0, at your ground level, and the plane can fly through clouds, and he'll know the moment his nose is off what is horizontal, what was his original horizontal. And it doesn't matter how far he flies, that horizontal will remain from where he started to where he's finished.
Right, okay. So
Same.
It's another silly question.
No, not silly. Please ask.
Like, think like hills, mountains.
Yes.
How does that work? Like, you know, if the earth is round or if it's flat.
Okay.
How do you get, like, raised, you know, bits of grounds?
Okay.
You know, things like that. Is that just the shape of the earth? It's just...
Okay. So what if I took a massive boulder and threw it into a ditch?
Yeah.
And then I half filled that ditch with water, then all of the rock or the boulder that was above the water would be my continent.
Right.
So if you went to, say, the east coast of England and walked across England, the landmass to Wales, you would go higher. You would go up to the highest point, and then you would go, let's say it's 700 meters high. Yeah. And then you would go back down again 700 meters until you got to the Welsh coast. Right. So either coast has got the same sea level, tidal variations aside. But so the land masses are simply, like I said, if you cut the orange open like this and you let it fall open, those seeds, if you magnify them up a quintillion times, those seeds are your continents. And so they're going to have undulations and mountains and all of that sort of thing.
No, that makes sense.
But I mean, if you take the east coast of America, and you walked, I've traveled from east to west overland, and I knew intrinsically, before I believed in flat earth, I knew that I'd kind of gone up the mountains and then Rockies and then back down to the coast again. That's pretty much up and down. And when you were in school, your teacher would have gone, here's the ocean, here's the landmass, and here's the ocean again.
Right. But it actually goes land.
But so you've got water, land that's sticking above the water, and then more water again. Right. Doesn't matter whether it's an island that's 1 mile around or 1,000 miles around.
And that would explain the sea stuff, right? The seas around the earth that sticks out, right?
Yeah, so it's really just, and we know, for example, there's pyramids in Japan that are under ocean. There's a town called Cromer in Norfolk, which the locals are very, very proud of. If you can go low tide, you can see the roofs of the villages that are underwater.
Yeah, I see.
So we believe that the sea level wasn't where it is now. It wasn't always where it is now. But if I take that same example of the boulder inside my ditch, if I add another 1,000 liters of water, my sea level is going to rise. So the rock that's above the water is going to be smaller, but it's still going to be protruding and above, but all the water level around that rock is going to be identical. Same sea level, whether I'm this side of the rock or that side of the rock.
I'm a bit of a realist. So when you look at the sky and
Yes.
you see the stars,
Yes.
you see a perfect circle.
Yes.
Do you believe it's just a coincidence that they're all sort of facing this side? Because you can see their circle.
Yes.
Every single side
Yes.
that you see, millions of them.
Yes.
So why is it just us that's flat? Because you don't see any.
Okay. Can we just clarify that a circle is not a sphere?
Right.
So I agree with you. I see when I look at the moon, sun, and if I take a powerful camera and look at some of the stars, Venus, Mercury, and so on, what I see is a circle. Right. Yeah, but we're assuming, because we were taught when we were young, that that's a globe, that's a ball. But I don't know that it's a ball. I see a round thing. So what I see, if you look into sonoluminescence, if you look into how you can create a light from just using vibration, then what I think is that these are energy points within our system that are vibrating, and they're creating this alternating pattern. If you look at Mars, for example, it looks a little bit red, but it's just this light show that's doing this. You can go on YouTube and see people with their P900s, P1000 Nikon cameras. They zoom right in on this, and all you're seeing is this orb or this circle doing doing this movement. That doesn't mean it's a rock. So in physics, logically, if I throw a rock in the air, it's going to come back down again. So we're told that because of gravity and a whole bunch of other things, that these rocks are somehow just in a slingshot, just staying around us for millions of years rather than just falling down. So the idea that the Earth is flat, I was saying to your friend here, the idea that the Earth is flat is a bit of a misleading thing, because the Earth is the bit that we're standing on. Say we were standing on a tiny island and we were looking as far as our eyes could see or as far as our camera could see, it would all seem flat to us. But we don't live, that's only like a part of the story. Like that, which is why I give the example of the fruit. If you cut the fruit open and you look at the star pattern of the seeds around that and so on, inside of that it could be flat, but it's within a ball. It's within a sphere or an electromagnetic torus system is what I kind of suggest to people.
Do you think it was on the other side of the Earth? So we're on one side. What do you believe
On
it's on the other side?
On the other side?
Yeah.
Well, do you know that I don't know if there is another side. The furthest we've dug into the ground on Earth anywhere is a mine called the Kola Deep in Russia, and they got 8 miles into the ground. And for 2 years, they only got another 20 centimeters of depth. They gave up in 1997, I think, because no bit that we had, no drill that we had could penetrate the bedrock or whatever it is that's 8 miles down. So if there's something underneath us, I don't know that it's there. If there were people walking underneath us upside down, that would be beyond what we can see physically happening, because as far as I can tell, we would simply fall down. But in an electromagnetic universe, if you take a bar magnet and suspend it in the air, then the iron filings will form underneath like that and stand with their upside down is their right way up is this way and your right way up is this way. Is it possible there's something underneath us? I'd leave that open. I can't say for sure, but the idea that our ships are sailing over and then going down the side of a ball and then getting underneath Australia and all that sort of thing and sort of hanging like the tick on underneath a dog's belly, no, that doesn't stack.
I've flown to Australia and I've been to America a few times now with my family.
Yeah.
When you're that high in the air, you can see the roundness of the boat.
Yeah.
So it doesn't match up with your theory.
Have you heard?
On the way back, then you can still see it. So that means all of it is around.
Okay. Have you heard of a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson? No. He's the world's most famous scientist, and he is on record saying that even at 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, you are nowhere near high enough to see Earth's curvature. What you're seeing, what you believe is curvature, is actually the refraction of the light, because as you look into the distance, you are seeing a circle. If you can see for 100 miles there, and 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, you're actually inscribing a circle. And the way that the density of the atmosphere is closer to the ground, it kind of does have this effect of seeming to bend the light. But you might not have heard me say this to your friend. I took a spirit level on a plane, and I fly from South Africa to England often. I've flown to America, many times, and the flying for me is not evidence of that. When I was 10 years old, I got to sit in the front in the cockpit with the pilot for half an hour, and all I could see in front of me was flat. Everything was flat, looking forward. When you look out the side of your plane, where you're looking through 3 windows, you're looking through a bent window, which kind of gives you that rounding effect as well. But when I say to people, like, if you had to go to the cockpit and look as far as you can into the distance, it would seem flat. There are pilots on YouTube saying it's flat. We don't make any allowance for going down or coming back up, any of that sort of thing. But it's flat for 10 minutes of flying, and then you look again, still flat for 10 minutes of flying, still flat. So like I said, with the spirit level, I was able to prove to myself conclusively that we go up, the nose is slightly attitude up to hold us up at 40,000 feet, and we stay like that for 5 hours, 10 hours or whatever.
Is that not just because it's so large? The Earth?
That's another theory. Do you know how large it is? Okay, so the circumference around it is 24,000 miles, 25,000 miles. So on that basis, they give us a formula that is 8 inches per mile squared. I don't agree with it. I think that if you were on a ball, then the amount that it would bend would be the same no matter where you were. But they say that it's 8 inches per mile squared. So the distance between here and America is thousands of miles, and there should be hundreds of miles of curvature for that. In fact, it's so much that the pilot should be having to lose a mile of height as he's kind of following the curvature. He should be losing a mile of height every few minutes.
Right.
But we don't, and then people say, no, but the plane, gravity is keeping the plane perfectly at 30,000 feet so that he doesn't have to nose down or do anything with that. And that doesn't make sense. So it's flying, it's over a plane, that's why it's called an aeroplane. If we were curving like they say, then there would be like on the way back from South Africa, we would be kind of coming uphill. Or if we're going from England to South Africa, we'd be kind of going downhill, and we would know that. We would feel that in our body. If you're on a roller coaster, you know when it does that. Or when you're flying, if it goes in a pocket and it drops a little bit of height or whatever, you immediately notice that. But your drink will stay kind of level the whole way through the flight. So nothing in your body. And then the other thing is that if it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, which is faster than the plane is flying, how would you ever catch up with a city if we were going in the same direction as the rotation of the Earth? They used to joke in the 1800s, if the Earth was spinning, then we should be able to take a hot air balloon up into the sky for an hour and drop down in Paris, because the Earth would have rotated underneath us.
Right.
But then those people who've thought about it more say, no, the whole atmosphere is simply moving with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. But again, if that were true, then there'd be a 1,000 mile an hour wind that I'd have to be fighting against if I was flying against the spin of the Earth.
Cool.
So there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense with the globe. You know, getting lost in, how does the flat Earth work and that's almost like a straw man designed to stop you from really examining the model that we were all raised on, which is this globe idea and evolution, by the way, which I raise my children on.
Sort of, America, it's really close to Russia. Flights go from us to America, and they go America to Russia.
Yeah.
If there was a drop,
we
would have seen that. If it was flat, we'd see the edge, and we'd see we'd see the end of the Earth.
Oh no, because this is I don't know that this is exactly how the Earth is laid out, but like I said earlier, this is the United Nations logo. Yeah. Now you can fly from America to, say, California to Russia, but there's some weird things. There's a guy who wrote a book about 18 emergency landings that prove the Earth is not a globe, where we're flying from, say, South America to some other place. I don't remember all of them, but it's like where like a lady gives birth on a plane and they have to land the plane all of a sudden, and they end up landing it in Alaska, and you'd be like, why the hell are they landing it in Alaska? That makes no sense according to the way that they tell us they're flying on the globe model. So when you think, like when I was a kid, they started in the rugby. They started bringing the Argentinians to this tournament called I forget what it's called now. But they used to fly the Argentinians from Argentina here. They'd fly them all the way up into Europe and then fly them down to South Africa, rather than, why don't you guys just fly across here? The same is true with the Australia thing. If we lived on a globe, you would fly underneath the globe to come into South America. But it's taken them forever to get these planes that can do 18 hours, because they have to bring them all the way across here to get from here to here to get to South America. Wow. So none of the flights, when you start to look at them, make a lot of sense. In fact, with the guys who won the World Cup recently, it was at Argentina that won the World Cup. Yeah, so they were playing here in this part of the world here. You would think that a straight shot back to Argentina would be the way that they would do it. But no, they fly them, or if you look at the way they flew them on the globe, it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Why don't you just fly them straight home? Yeah. But they flew them to Europe, to Italy or somewhere, and then flew them home.
We've got a turret thing on the parking. It was a pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Likewise.
And I'll see you very soon.
Likewise. Did I give you my flyer?
Yeah. You got a flyer?
Yeah. Let me take this away with you.
Yeah.
Electromagnetic universe is what you want to be looking at.
It looks like you want to be a millionaire.
I know. When people say that to me, man, I was gutted when that. But I think that's you in the center of the electromagnetic torus.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All the best. Oh, look, I'm running out of battery. Hasn't that been fun? I have got a battery pack. So, welcome back. I was making such progress with the guys there, and then the girlfriend gets involved. Hey, Jeffrey. Singe Man. One day I noticed Big Bang had a laugh track. I noticed because I would laugh at things laugh track did not. And the laugh track would go on funny things. Just JP. Great to see you out engaging. Yes, thank you, man. I'm shaking from cold, by the way. Mystical rock hounding and fossils. Hey, man. Electromagnetic plane. I'm with you there. Yeah. Hey, well, it's fun being out here, I'm trying to I'll see if I can get other people to join me over the year ahead. Ruled by Saturn. That's an interesting channel name. Thanks, Jeffrey. Doing the best work in the world. We're having some good traction today, I think. Some interesting conversations. It's quiet here. Saturday. Shivering with the cold. But it's worth it. Just for the few conversations. And obviously, I want to... Is that 33 people in the chat? I want to, you know, the 33s turned back to back are the infinite 8s. And they split the infinity to minimize us. Yeah, thanks for keeping the chat going. Oh yeah, you're welcome. The feet are cold. I should stop grumbling about that. I maintain flat Earth is the kill shot. That's Francois for you. The kill shot. I love it as a kill shot, but it's got to take us beyond that. And of course, as you can see, it holds a lot of people like, no, I'm not accepting that. But I can't help but say flat Earth. I actually ended up writing that a few times here because it really like pisses people off. It really gets their attention. And that one as well. Oh, I've got to do this jacket up. If you have shared this out, I do appreciate that. Is there pockets of non-gravity on Earth? I'm a little bit behind with the chat. Hey! See that? My little boy is watching me and my wife, apparently. So, if Zizi's watching, look here, Z. Pretty purple flowers there. Flowers are starting to come out. Spring is coming. It's a good time of year. Time to get out and do some good work. God work, if you like. As I said earlier, you might have missed me. Earth is not a spinning rock. We are the center of electromagnetic creation. Don't believe the monkey to man bullshit. We do not evolve. Evolution is a lie. Brrr. It's chilly out here. Let me get some more flyers. Actually, I've exhausted my little pack of flyers that I had in my hand. Thanks for the coffee, darling. It's still, I think it's still warm. It was a bit weak. Hi. Earth is not a globe. We've been lied to. We're not monkeys evolved.
There are questions I have on it.
Earth is in flat water.
Yeah, water's always level. It's one of the things I feel a little bit. Parents don't really like their children being unindoctrinated. So, unindoctrinated. Yeah, I think these guys could do with a flyer. Hey guys, can I give you one of my flyers on the electromagnetic nature of our universe? Have a nice day.
You too.
It's chilly. Chilly. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 15 degrees per hour standing wave fuel. I really like that. The standing wave got me talking to a guy, South African guy, who I thought, oh, I'll have him on, but he really got frightened away with the idea of not being a globe. So, some people observing. Read the flyer if you don't mind. Sorry about the shake. I am freezing. Not freezing, but very cold and shaking. Add paramagnetism to your theory, Dave. The attraction and freezing of O2 in magnetic field. That's interesting. Thank you for that. Oh, Mighty Adam. How are you, brother? Yeah, nice to see you here, man. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I get that. I get the, I get the rotation, 15, 24, 360. I get that. I got no problem with that. But it's obviously not the ground that's moving. The Trinities, yes, we are. Trinity family, I like that. Hey Mark, Swarbrick, nice to see you, brother. How you going, man? And thanks for your recent support, bro. Still appreciated. we are still looking for a little support along the way to grease the wheels, as it were. But if you can, you will, I'm sure. And I'm always grateful to those who have. But even those who just come along for some support of what we're trying to achieve here. I don't know that we need to necessarily convert the world away from their belief system necessarily. I don't know that that's necessarily what we have to do. Take a flyer. It won't bite. Information?
Yeah.
Hey man, how are you going?
Yeah, thank you.
I've spoken to that guy before. He probably doesn't remember. So much water under the bridge. Have a nice day, guys.
You too.
Thank you. Let me give these guys a flyer. Some information, bro. Electromagnetic universe. Got some information on the electromagnetic universe?
Oh yeah, we live in that, definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
Cool, man. You guys look like you've traveled a bit.
Yeah.
You've seen a few things.
Yeah, a couple of things, isn't it?
The guy who took me through my DMT experience.
Oh, there you go. He's on the right wavelength here, isn't he?
He had the sort of tattoo work that you got on his head and all over, in fact.
Yeah.
But when I saw him, when I took the DMT, he wasn't. He took me through it. He was just light. He was a being of light, and everything around me that I could see, I was looking around and trying to make things material again. But it was all light and frequency. This is 2015. I was an atheist. And the first words I said when I came out from it was, "It's true, there is a God." and so since then, 2015, I've been seeking the truth as much as I can of who we are, what we're doing here. And I came across stuff like the Earth is not a globe, and all of that.
Not a globe.
Cool, yeah. So I suggest to people it's like an electromagnetic apple or torus.
Yeah, like a toroidal thing.
Yeah, and that we live inside of the apple. Like if you took an orange and cut it down from top to bottom and let it fall open, where the seeds are is what we perceive as continents. And each of us are a miniature or a fractal of the macro. Yeah? We're on the same page
100%.
then. We're on the same page then. I'm Dave.
Aaron, pleased to meet you.
Likewise, Aaron.
Yeah, we're all the same wavelength.
Oh, okay.
All of us, yeah.
Okay. Did you come for the Mark Devlin thing today, or the speech, or
No,
you just
we just
traveling?
came here. We just came to Glastonbury for a weekend, just to chill.
Okay. Going up the tour? Will you be
I
going?
think so,
Yeah. Oh, I love it up there.
Yeah, definitely.
It's nice.
We'll be going there.
So, what's your kind of like? What's your punchline, or what's your best answer to someone who says, who are we and what are we doing here? What's the point of this life? What's the purpose of life?
Experience, isn't it?
Love.
Just,
Love.
Yeah, it's just gathering knowledge, experience.
Or to learn love, or to find love, perhaps.
To give love.
What we actually are. To figure out what we. Become conscious of what we are.
Yeah, I like that.
This is what the Matrix does. It's all part of the program. Like we know the realm what it is.
Yeah. Do you see it as a test? Do you see that they've misled us through religion and science as a test, or that nefarious forces are trying to skewer us or mislead us?
Probably both.
Yeah, it could be.
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're in a slave system.
Yeah.
So people are benefiting from that.
Yes. Yes.
So they want to.
But only a few people benefit from it, don't they? That's the thing.
But it's a material benefit.
Yeah.
Beyond the material benefit in the spiritual, then maybe they've got to pay a price, soul price. I don't know, but I vacillate between they're doing it on purpose so that we are tested. Because if I asked you, if I said, you want to be a ship's captain, right? Yeah. I'm not going to just hand you a piece of paper and say, now you're the captain. You as the captain want to go out and sail in all sorts of conditions to know that, I'm truly the captain. I can take 100 passengers and know safely that I can handle them, right? So I feel like it's almost, I like the idea that it's kind of like a test towards your captaincy or your sovereignty, that you can, despite all the hardships, the choppy seas, the icebergs or whatever, you can find your way. And if you don't in this lifetime, perhaps in another lifetime, maybe that's how it works,
Yeah, all at the same time.
Yeah, all simultaneously.
Even all you know, the misguidedness, it could just be part of the game we're in now anyway.
Yeah.
And you come here to understand that.
Yeah.
So it's not actually people that are covering it up, but they're part of the simulation.
Yeah. Well, because if I had to hand my child $1 million when they were 18 years old or 10, you know, they'd never have to learn things about themselves that the hardships of this journey gives you, you know. And there's no like accounting for the real experience, you know. If I'm a 10-year-old and I come to you, I've got lots of experience. No, wait till you're 50, son. Then you'll have had experience, yeah. And so if the creator or creation handed us the keys, as it were, to the house as we arrive, we would never have to become good homeowners. Yeah, we have to work our way through that. So I like that, rather than I know that there are nefarious forces here. I know that there are energies or entities that seek to profit from controlling us, no doubt about that. But I prefer to see it like, I'm being tested, you know. Is this system going to break me, or is it going to make me stronger?
It breaks you at first, but then
breaks
you
you at
realise,
first, yeah.
And then you're like, you know
When you-
it's
yeah.
just
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
What
Well,
it is.
that's right. Well, you have to crack an egg if you want to make an omelette, right?
First thing you say when I come over then is when I had DMT. first sentence I was like, I'm definitely in the right place.
Yeah, it was life-changing. I've been a little bit scared of going back there again, I have to be
We all
honest.
are, mate. So we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
It's a daily conversation,
Is
isn't
it?
it?
Yeah.
We thought about it before when we were eating.
It's the ego that doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
It's not the self, is it?
Yeah.
But we've all got egos, haven't we? So.
Yeah. Well, I had something happen to me in 2018. So I did it in 2015, and it was incredible. Frightening, but incredible. And then in 2018, I was doing a lot of flat earth activism, and I'd made quite a bit of a noise in England. And I was going to Speaker's Corner a lot, and the Guardian newspaper was planning to interview me, and I was going to do a piece there. And at the end of my piece in Speaker's Corner, this man approaches me and says, I'm a doctor and I can help you. You're a great speaker, but I can help you be even better in your confidence. Come and see me in this hotel and I'll help you with that. So I'll go and see him a few weeks later, thinking that I'm impervious. Nothing can touch me, because the DMT had shown me that I'm eternal. There's nothing really that can harm me. I should have no fear of anything here. So I go there completely like, this guy can't touch me. An hour and a half later, I walked out of that hotel room and I stumbled out of the hotel. I was full of fear. And for years since then, I've been struggling with what I believe he did to me, you see. So in 2020, I think I went to go and try the DMT again, and it wouldn't let me in. Like something in my body is stopping me from going in. So I've wondered whether he didn't put a little hex on me, that my higher self was not letting me go in. I don't know. I'm just sharing you with what from an outsider point of view, but you guys might have more experience of that and be able to.
Sounds about right.
Well, I'll give it to some people, and it just doesn't do anything to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it? The week after, wasn't it?
Done before. Yeah. And I gave two people it's happened on.
And nothing happened.
Nothing.
Really?
Well, that's probably a thing of they're just not ready to see it.
Yeah, for me, it was very much like it was stopping me. I was it was like I was partially going, things were fractalizing and so on. But it was like there was something stopping me from dropping completely in and going in like I had in 2015. And I haven't had the courage to. I got a little DMT, not with me, but at home, and I just haven't been able to touch it because I'm like, shit, I have to be.
Just got to do it.
You have to, you just got to try it again, haven't you?
Because I need to get, what I had, what it gave me in 2015 was, a beautiful sense of my divinity.
Yeah, same.
And
we've all had that experience, I think, yeah. Every one of us.
and so I lost my courage to come out and speak in public and so on. It's taken me a while to kind of get back,
you seem to be doing all right, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, this morning before leaving home, I was like, oh, should I do it? Can I do it? You know what I mean? So I'm still fighting that. Whereas I didn't have any of that trouble back in, the early days.
Yeah.
But I will do it again, the DMT. I do think that I need to kind of answer some questions. The guy who took me through it said, I can't go back in. I've been 20 times or something. And the spirits told me or whatever, do not go back in because you won't believe in if you go back in. But he'd lived in the Himalayas for 15 years. And then bombs, everything, eyelids, the lot, tattooed, you know. So it's fascinating to talk to people who've seen what you've seen. I really appreciate that. And for me, this flat Earth thing is, it gets people thinking or arguing.
It does, even if you prick a couple of people, and if they're open, they'll look at it and then they will realise the same that everyone else does. I think them that won't look at it, it's just their ego's just too. It's in the way. They don't know that. I feel that they've been duped. They'd rather stay in the bubble.
Yeah.
They'd rather stay in it. Yeah, it's like that egotistical thing that me as a human, I can't have been lied to and have the wool pulled over my eyes. No chance.
Yes.
Well, fucking bullshit, mate. We've all had it done.
Yes. Well, and it also means that so much of our reality is like up for grabs. So this job title or this income bracket or this sense of who you are goes out the window when you realize, this is just this is just like some kind of playground for God's God's children or God's energy.
Yeah. Well, that silly ball scenario.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Walking on the underside of a ball. I mean, really. But I believed it for 45 years.
It's just like.
Or rather, like I said to some youngsters earlier on, is like when you go to school and you're 7 years old and the teacher embarrasses you because you're not willing to buy gravity and you're not willing to kind of believe that, we're spinning and all of that sort of stuff, but you're told if you don't believe this, you're failing.
My kids go to school and do say, don't they? They know and they say it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the teachers just don't know what to do with it.
It's
Good for them.
Theory of gravity for a reason.
Yes. Theory and theology are almost the same word.
Fairy tale.
Theory tale, I like that. I've not heard that before. Theory tale. But theology and theories are all from the same stable, really. So I try and avoid too much of that. I don't know exactly how this world works, but my little theory about it being an egg or an orange and we're inside of that. What's outside of the orange, don't know.
I think that to a certain degree, it's just consciousness, I think, really, because this is more than likely a simulation.
You're
in an avatar.
Yeah.
It's not really physical.
So it brings, like in mainstream science, they say everything comes from, the Big Bang started from a tiny, infinitesimally small point.
The big lie?
Yeah. Which is designed by a Catholic priest. Did you know that? George Lemaitre is the Big Bang guy, and he's a Catholic priest. But from the singularity is where consciousness could reside. I'm only these are things that I think about, is that, well, what if everything is, the consciousness is just a singularity and everything is expanding out from that? So we're imagining or we're experiencing this world, but from within the singularity of consciousness. So consciousness has the ability to expand out and create this realm that we're in. Because where it is and what it looks like, I have no idea, but I do wonder about that, whether it's actually just a single point and we're able to kind of manifest this whole world almost like a Minecraft game, and as you walk through
I think in theory, as well as a human, I don't think you're meant to understand it all.
Comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with that.
It's like when we do DMC, you know everything when you're there.
Yeah.
And when
you come back, you don't. 5 minutes, you forget it all.
That's like the supercomputer, and then we're almost like the iPhone.
Yes.
It can't store all the memory on it.
Yes. The cloud.
Yeah, the cloud.
The Akashic.
Yeah. Akashic, there you go.
That's what I felt like I was seeing. It was before I knew what Akashic was, but in 2015, when I took the DMT, it seemed like I could see libraries stretching infinitely back with all of history, of all of the human story played out. So everything that you're doing almost is being stored in the cloud, in the water, in the environment. Everything we're all doing.
Been done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a paradox.
Yeah. Which means that we've already had this conversation before. We've met previously. Yeah. But of course, if we come from a singularity, then we are all the same. We're all one anyway, which is so beautiful.
So God is consciousness.
Yes.
Split itself up.
Yes.
Talking about itself.
Yes.
And then to entertain itself.
Yes.
To evolve itself.
Yes. Yes. And because if you came with all the knowledge, it's a bit like the kid who came with all the money. You don't have that learning. It'd be no fun.
There'd be no point being here if you do everything.
Yeah.
And there has to be the drama and stuff to keep you entertained.
That's right. But if you are all, then you can't really experience yourself as all, you have to break yourself up into little bits. So let me taste that bit over there. Let me see this bit over there, which you can't do when you're everything. So I think that it is this beautiful thing that the creator or source or consciousness decided to, or has this intention to create millions or billions of fractals of itself and go and explore itself. But what this world seeks to do is to constrain that, to keep you in a cage, to keep you in a box, to keep you small.
But we're doing that to ourselves.
We are. Yeah, we are. We're our own worst enemy in that way.
That guy that you come over there and just have the same look on his face that we all have. And he stood there looking at all the taking photographs going.
What?
You could see the cogs going round in his head. The guy, you had a guy then looking at you.
Okay.
Your thing then,
Okay.
We've all had that look on our face.
Yeah.
At one point.
But for me, the DMT was like the big breakthrough because it answered so many questions. A lot of people say, oh, you shouldn't be doing the DMT. You should be doing it the natural way. Go and sit in a cave in a dark room for 3 days, 7 days or whatever. But for me, I needed that because I was never going, such a materialist, evolved monkey and all that sort of stuff. I was never going to accept any of this higher beyond the material. I had my ass kicked so badly that it was like, shit.
Everybody does when they do it.
And it's all love there, right?
Yeah, all love.
All love, that's what it is. It is pure love.
Yeah. Such a love beyond my mother's love it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Unconditional.
Yeah, unconditional love.
Yeah.
It's the most powerful love you'll ever feel.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you'll never feel.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, what's the point? It's love. Everything is love, isn't it?
Everything is love, yeah. And love spelled backwards is evolve. You know, so we're here to evolve to find love, I think.
It could be the inverted, so love and evil is obviously.
Yeah, love and evil.
Yeah, well, evil is live backwards, or live. Or devil is lived, isn't it? So yeah, I think we're meant to. This is part of the journey. Is that are we going to be suckered into the propaganda and the what have you, or are we going to find our way to something higher?
I think there's something happening at the moment, and
yes.
Everyone could probably feel it. Most people would like to admit it, but
yes,
there's a consciousness shift.
Yes,
massively. So I think now it's just going to keep going forward. I don't think there's going to be people can see through the bullshit more so now than they ever did, especially with what's happened over the past few years.
The last few years have really woken a lot of people up.
Yeah, people have been able to maybe even sit at home and research this for themselves.
Yes.
I'm not putting up this
anymore.
Yeah. I'm like, holy shit. Everything's a lie.
Have you come across this term bifurcation?
Bifurcation.
It's the separation. It's written about in ancient texts. It's the separation into two streams of the human consciousness, of the consciousness, and I see so many people kind of coming awake and going, okay, no, I need to walk right, in myself, not because I'm worried about what God's going to say or the Catholics are going to say, but because it's where I come from and where I want to head to. But so many people are still trapped in the game, and they're building these smart cities and this AI future for those people who are going to want to continue the trajectory.
Yeah.
So this is the bifurcation, or the splitting of consciousness into two. It's a theory.
No, I think that's the thing. We were talking about it before, but I didn't obviously know that was the term of it. There's going to be like maybe two separate kinds of people living at the same time.
Yeah.
The 3Ds, the 5Ds, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Bifurcation. Yeah, the separation of the people, and that's what I think might well be happening. It's not saying, I mean, I've been trying to find a way to live off grid and stuff. I've been in Portugal and South Africa and so on, trying to find ways of getting myself out of the system. But I also think
always have to come back into it though,
yeah,
because it's just the way it is.
In the world, but not of the world. I think that's the phrase, isn't it? And that's where I'm trying to be, is like find that balance between, I'm using like the technology I'm using right now is part of the new system. And
of course it is,
But trying to
learn about this without the technology.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, you need the internet, you need all that bullshit to research it.
Yeah. Although you guys might have already traveled over this road, that once upon a time we probably could access the Akashic records. We could probably communicate without our voices. We had our much higher abilities that have been dumbed down, reduced, minimized. They use the needle in the arm to try and dull you.
The food you eat, the water you drink.
Yep. You distilling your water?
Yeah, of course.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, no, that's right. They're trying to toxify us in every way to slow us.
Yeah.
To minimize that. But the rising is happening. I agree with you. I think
everyone can feel it, even if people don't want to admit it's happening.
I have a theory that what in 2020, I can't say certain words on my YouTube channel because I lost my last YouTube channel when I was in South Africa talking too much about what happened in 2020. But you know what happened in 2020.
Yeah, I've got an inkling.
And I'm not trying to needle you, but we have this idea that because it's an electromagnetic world, that there was a frequency shift or an energy shift, and that people who were in dissonance with that all of a sudden became quite ill. So they sold that as these people have got some strange flu. Yeah. That's how they kind of sold that there was, so that they could explain away why people all of a sudden got sick. And we might see more of that as the frequency, the Schumann resonance, you probably know that, how the frequency of the electromagnetic system alters over time. Yeah. And they know that is coming, that there's a timeline for this. And eventually there's going to be this moment when those that are in clean, that are ready, are going to be able to walk through it, and those that are not are going to have to rely completely on technology, needles in the arm, that kind of thing, in order to stay in the game.
Yeah.
I'm loving talking to you guys. I'm loving it. Yeah, it's great to meet the.
Have you had any people that are on board?
Yeah. I've had a few people shake my hand. A few people say, yeah, drive past, thumbs up. Probably more today than many other days that I've been either in Glastonbury or other places. Of course, I still get those people going, "Oh, why don't you fall off the edge?" and all of that, that stuff. Which is part of the materialist debate. That this is some kind of flat material plane, like a frisbee floating in space, and all of that sort of hoo-ha. Which is part of it's part of the distraction to kind of keep us arguing over globes and flatnesses. Versus, hey man, this is maybe something much more. So the conversation we've had now, it's far more productive, and it's beyond the materialist Newtonian idea of atoms, rocks spinning around and so on.
Yeah.
Electromagnetics, I love it. Yeah, we've got a few people come round. So where do you guys hail from? Bath.
Bolton.
Oh, okay. Oh, a bit further up. Okay.
They're from Bournemouth, yeah.
Bournemouth. Oh, right. I was born in Poole.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Poole General. That was where I was born.
That's right.
All right. My oldest son, he just finished uni at Bournemouth, so I've been going there quite a lot over the last few years. All right. Winton, in fact.
Winton, well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Bournemouth, the MT capital of the world, isn't it? So it seems.
Wow, man! You guys need to give me your card. I'll come visit sometime. I mean, because to meet with people like you who've already travelled over a lot of this rocky ground means that there's a lot of conversations you can have. You don't have to push through the miasma of misinformation.
Working together, we seem to have it all the time.
Keep talking all the time.
Well, it's so beautiful. It's so fascinating.
It's contemplation, man.
Food for the brain. Definitely food for the brain.
Yeah.
Shutting up, and most people these days, they'll go to work, put Netflix on,
and be programmed.
Just be numb. Rather than asking questions.
Right, the 9 to 5 live for the weekend.
And they say, believe the science, trust the science. Well, questioning science is science.
Yes, absolutely.
So
absolutely. That's good science. Yeah, that's good science. That's good thinking. Yeah, I don't know. Is that okay to say I don't know? There's a lot when you leave the globe. There's also a lot of questions you can't answer.
Jesus Christ?
I think. Pardon me.
Have you surpassed the truth of Jesus Christ?
Surpassed the truth of Jesus. I think that we are all Jesus.
Sorry?
I think we are all Jesus. I think that Jesus was trying to tell us that the Christ is in you.
From young?
My school, government,
Do you know
and my religion. I think the Christ is in each of us. I think the light of God is carried with each of us, the spark of God.
Do you not know the truth of the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit being one God?
The Trinity.
the Trinity.
Yeah.
That's one concept, but it is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And the fruits of the Spirit is peace and love.
In nature, do you have a mother and a father, or two fathers?
I think it's gone a bit far beyond that.
No, because in nature we see the masculine and the feminine creating the Trinity, the third. So you need the hot and the cold, the light and the dark. But in our religion, they have it Father, Son, and Holy Ghost is very masculine.
You're very far beyond that.
Okay. But I would suggest to you that the Christ is
It says, thou shalt
each of
not
us.
cut the sides of the head to start with.
And Jesus says, you'll go on and do greater things than I.
Yeah.
Because you are the sons and daughters of God. Each of us.
He
we
came
are.
to sacrifice his life because the children were living in error. He said, if you go against me, I'll give you the promised land, but if you go against me, you'll be bowing down to very statues and putting your worth in them. They will be your God.
Yeah.
Wood and stone statues.
Yeah.
And I've seen this town, people are bowing down to statues, very graven images and man-made objects.
Yeah, like the globe.
Stones and jewelry and wealth, that's their crutch.
Yeah.
Jesus speaks of spiritual gifts. We came through the womb as a naked body. That's all we were. That's all we were supposed to obtain and use love going forward.
The womb of the mother.
We put our hope and trust and our faith into mere objects and wealth, cars, shoes, clothes, jewelry, lust of the eye, lust of the flesh, vanity. Pride is the biggest one. That's the first fall of man. Pride and vanity. That's
the deadly sins.
Falling, and we're basing love relationships on very lust of the eye, lust of outward appearances. I'm wondering why we're quarreling and fighting, destroying each other, putting each other's hair out, fighting.
With you.
And when we come back, it says, unless you become like a child, you will not inherit the kingdom of God. See, as a child, we obtained all the essences he wanted. Innocence, we were sharing, we were loving, considerate, passionate,
humble,
very true. We went away, we're in error now. As we've grown stubborn and hard-hearted. He said, when you come to me, I'll replace your heart of stone into a heart of flesh.
Okay.
It says we have to become like children again, you know. Our teachings are mere worldly knowledge, inspired by teachers from school that wanted us to go in and rip hearts from his very world that he created.
But what do they teach us? They teach us to believe in this globe, that we're in some kind of frightening universe, which is not creation.
We're taking life what it is. He made the earth in 6 days. We've depleted the earth of its natural being and called it a resource. It isn't a resource that we're using, it's actually life itself. A tree is a tree, not a resource.
Okay, but what if we live inside?
Sorry? Well, that's a good question, but he says, well, that's a good question.
Well, the Bible says that the earth is set upon pillars and unmoving, and it has the roof over it. But NASA will tell us that
he created a void between earth and heaven.
Separated the waters from the waters.
Yeah,
right?
from the waters from the waters.
Yeah, so most people in the world today believe that they evolved from monkeys or apes.
No, I don't believe that. The word became flesh. He said, let there be light.
Yeah.
There was light. He created everything. He looked down and said, it is good.
Yes.
And he said the serpent was more crafty than all of the creatures. He said you may have eaten all of the trees in the garden. They were naked, exposed and unashamed. They didn't know they were naked. They fit in God's creation. But the serpent was more crafty, and he said to Eve, don't you know you could eat this and you'll be like God, knowing good and evil? That's where the deception fell in. You'll eat this apple. He forbidden them to eat the apple of the
tree of knowledge.
Yeah. And they said, the serpent said, don't you know that you'll be like God, wise, knowing good and evil? They ate it and they fell. They knew that they were naked and ashamed. They covered their privates, and God said, where art thou? They said, we hid because we thought we were naked. And they said, who told you you were naked? And the serpent deceived Eve, and Adam said, I bit of the apple that Eve gave me. There was the fall of man. And then he said, I'll give you every herb yielding seed of its kind to eat. And then it fell again, then we were devouring flesh. You see the fall of man, this is the truth. You know, no scientist can tell you the truth. They're not exploring, they're exploiting. The truth we have to come back to. He talks of the most excellent teaching, and he talks of love, and he breaks it down. He says, he keeps no record of wrongs. We have to be forgiving, not self-seeking. When we come to the cross, when we put our hands together to pray, we have to forgive those that have trespassed against us or sinned against us. It's about cleanliness, purity. We discover what a soul is in that very...
Did Jesus not warn us against idolatry?
It warned us against all sins.
Idolatry.
The 10 commandments were the greatest, but he said the 2 commandments to hold closest to heart. Love thy God with all your strength, heart, mind and strength. The second is love your neighbour as yourself.
Yes, I'm with you on that, brother.
How strong is that?
I'm with you on that.
That includes everyone around us. Don't be like base worth on outward appearance. So we had discretion on each other. We say, well, I won't talk to him because he's ugly. I won't talk to him because he's got no knowledge. I won't talk to him because he's
homeless.
Yeah. I won't talk to him because he's got millions of pounds. He'll probably get me. He's probably a hitman or something, or he owns the government.
Yeah.
You know, you see, when we use love, we break down the insecurities. We break down these walls, these paranoid walls.
That's right. I'm with you. But where I'm not with you is that religion has this thing of dividing us.
I call it religion when we take into consideration other theology, like other theories. Then it becomes religion because it's like different sects. I believe there is only one truth. I'm so
Hey,
sorry.
oh, sorry, brother. Look, come back. Do you know that Allah? Do you know that Allah is arm, leg, arm, head? We are Allah. We are all. We are the fractal of all. Sorry for the interruption there, folks. I'm. Yeah. Yep. So where were we before that guy? I mean, you know.
Yeah, we were gonna like wonder then that you could kind of talk to the rest of them, but everyone seems to have fucked up.
I know. That's what sometimes happens.
You scared them off though.
Yeah, you get one guy come in and then everyone walks away.
I think he scared them off a bit then. I think he was a bit aggressive.
Yeah. Well, people are forceful in their beliefs, so we got to be loving. So anyway, it's been really useful talking to you guys. I don't know if you have any more information you'd love to share with me. Did I give you one of those?
Yeah, you gave me one of them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I think we're on a good. You guys are on a really good trajectory in terms of self-awareness. I admire that. I'd love to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we admire that you're doing this now and doing it. Taking the ridicule and like the snipey shit off people.
Yeah, we get a lot of that.
It's good that you can just rise above it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's part of my own growing, I think, is that I have to be able to kind of like the example of Jesus. You know, he knew he was going to get stoned, or you know, I don't mean by smoking, but you know, that you've got to be willing to. And I mean, you guys put yourselves out there. You've got all the markings and stuff like that, so you're going to attract a certain ridicule or a certain whatever for fronting that. But so you know, but yeah, this is part of my own soul, I guess, contract is to come out and try and be a. Like I never thought there was any purpose to life. I'd kind of got to my 40s and I was like, there's no real reason for this. You know, I might as well just sit at home and watch Netflix, or porn. And then of course I had the DMT experience. Like, oh no, there's something to do here. And then once I found flat Earth, I was like, gee, I need to be not a disciple, but like I need to go out there and tell people that they've been seriously misled. Did you?
It's like a domino effect, though, isn't it? It just
way before.
Yeah.
starts carrying on.
Yeah.
One thing leads to another.
One thing leads to another.
Yeah.
Slowly raising the vibration.
Yeah. And of self, and you know what, like almost be uninvested in what's out there, because you know, if I can change my own world, then I've achieved. Then I've achieved that, and the world around me. And of course, then you end up like you guys are all hanging out as brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
You know, communing in a way that is great.
On the same page.
Yeah. When 2 or 3 are gathered, you know, you start to have a much more powerful energy.
Going to momentum.
Yeah, exactly. It does.
That's right.
You realise after a while though, like the vibe that you're putting out all the time, you start to attract the same people on that, and then you realise that your friendship group is just that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Very fortunate to be around like-minded people.
Yeah. No, I'm slightly envious, actually.
That's cool.
So, but I'm coming in from the trenches of initially fighting the sort of flat Earth corner, but now I'm very much about, you know, trying to lay out the spiritual, the divine element of what this is. Sorry.
It's all ties in.
Yeah, it all ties in. Yeah, it all ties in. Yeah, it all ties in.
Right.
Thanks very much, mate.
You keep doing what you're doing, mate.
Thank you. So nice to chat to you guys, really.
Keep up the good work, man.
All right, brother.
What was your name?
Dave.
Dave.
Give us a...
Yeah.
You always like to
Likewise.
I like
Likewise.
your
Nice to meet you. Sorry? Yeah, likewise. Anyway, I'll hug my brothers and sisters. Yeah.
DMT.
Yeah. Send me an email. I've got my emails on that card. And you never know. It'd be lovely to see you guys.
Do some DMT and we'll go to space.
Yes, yes.
See you later, mate.
Peace and love. Well, that was interesting. Was that interesting for you guys? I hope that was interesting for you guys. I'm absolutely gagging for a pee. But how cool was that? How cool was that? I mean, obviously the Jesus guy kind of got in the way of my conversation. It's hard to kind of try to walk away from a guy like that, because it's like, hey, you don't want to say, hey, shut up, man, just move along. You know, and he's coming in from a good-hearted place. He means well. You know, he truly believes what he believes, and you know, you can't fault the man for living his truth. You know. Yeah, let me just because I could probably do with a little pee break and whatnot. Let me turn the camera around so you don't have to look at me so close. Dave's been on point this video. Thanks, Shiva. What an epic live stream. This is much love, Dave. Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, it's been pretty good. How are we doing? 2.5 hours. It's Voynich here. Dave only recently. What was there a Mandela effect there when 2 or 3 are gathered, 2 or more. I'm sure it's 2 or 3 when I was a kid. I got a lot of Bible study as a kid. Yeah. Or maybe it was 2. I don't know. Now I'm starting to get confused. When 2 or more gathered. Yeah, maybe it's 2 or more. Man, I'm sorry about that. I am obviously the Mandela effect stuff might be getting in the way there. Yeah, Eric says the globe Earth is part and parcel ball, and the ridiculous moving speeds they say. So if you say round, you must also believe in 700 miles per second on unknown vectors. Did you see that? What this rubbish? Sorry, that was a little Mandela effect there. Thanks. Hey, Brian Stavely, nice brother. Yeah, nice to see you, bro. Lord's Prayer has changed. 10 years, I said that prayer hundreds of thousands of times. It was definitely trespass against us. I agree with that. I said that many times. Forgive those who trespass against us. It's not in any Bible anymore. Well, I used to say that. I was like an altar boy, by the way, in church, all the way back in the 70s. I just quoted scripture that no longer exists. Oh, don't you love it when Brian Stavely's in the chat? Keep you on your toes. What was that? Does anyone know what an elevation angle is? Yeah. That was really interesting, guys. Those guys girls were really interesting. I kind of hope I bump into them again, because they're deep along this road. They don't even need to debate what the Earth is. It's just a realm. Some information on the electromagnetic universe.
Thank
you. You're welcome. Have a nice day. Cute. Well, that's not presuming. I am mere flesh and blood, mortal being. Some information, ma'am. Some information on the electromagnetic universe. Earth is not a globe. We've been lied to about where we live. Electromagnetic universe theory. Okay. Wow, that was a great conversation with those folks. And the Jesus guy did get a little bit hectic there. So you can't control it in the live stream, It's when you're on the street, it's whatever comes along, right? You can't You can't control that. You have to take the good with the bad. Some of it works, some of it doesn't. Christos, yes, the Christ. Well, I was going to start telling that guy about the Christ, raising the Christ oil and the serpent and all that. So many elements of that there's so many elements of that don't, that kind of work with who you are, but they turn it into the Jesus story. The globe is for kids, the Santa and the Easter Bunny. Yes, Taylor. Are you a pilot, mate? I see you got the wings there. Earth is flat and we don't fly underneath a ball. See, because Disney... Zoom this back out. NASA is Disney for adults. Rocks don't float. Rocks don't float. This is some of my chalking. And this upsets the religious believers that God is you. Are you the master or are you the servant? I'm cold.
That's what's inside there. Stop. Look, what's that?
It's nice to be fit, you know, don't you think? That's what God was intending to, you know, enjoy the flavors and the nature of things. We're meant to find a, you know, attractive energetically. That's how the world works. So, oh man, this guy's smoking a bit of the old ganja there. I've run out. So, yes, it is. Hey guys. These are the flyers. I am getting a new one made up. Just haven't quite got the words right before I send it to print. If anyone wants to make a contribution towards the printing of that flyer or poster, then please let me know. I got some information on electromagnetics. This is going to be good. Some information on electromagnetic universe. No thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, guys, we can't prove we live on a globe, by the way.
You can't prove.
No.
It's hard to disprove.
It's hard to disprove that, yeah, but if you're going to make an extreme claim, you need to be able to prove that. If I said Santa Claus was real to you as an adult, you'd say, prove it to me. Show me how you can get to every chimney in the world in one night.
I said to you, Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Yep.
Or you said to me, Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Prove it. It's finally very difficult to do that.
That he doesn't exist? Well, I wanted proof that he existed in the first place. So the idea that Santa Claus is even real was initiated in this conversation by, say, you to say that, and you say, well, Santa Claus isn't real. I'd say, well, I'd agree with that because I don't know, I have no evidence of that. So when it comes to the globe,
you're saying the globe is not.
I'm saying that water doesn't bend on its surface. Water is level.
But why would people try to say that there is a globe?
Do you believe in Islam?
Don't know much about it.
No. But why would they? Well, why would they come up with like Islam and Christianity? Maybe none are true, but both can't be true.
That's to control people, though, isn't it?
Exactly. Same as the globe.
How would that control me? What difference would it make if the world was flat?
Well, if the Earth is flat, then it opens up a whole realm of new possibilities, and one of them is that you are the center of the universe, and that God or whatever is the creator. Let me finish what I'm saying, if you don't mind. that you are the center of the universe, and that this whole realm was created for you to have an experience of, rather than the scientific view, which is that we just happened to get lucky that an asteroid struck the Earth 65 million years ago, wiped out the dinosaurs, and then marsupials turned into apes, which turned into you. And that's not a divine happenstance. That's just lucky, random Goldilocks strike. So
who's put us here then? Who's put us here to be the centre of this universe?
Your higher self. I think that you are ultimately at the top of the table. You are God, but this is your lowest expression in this material form. Yes. Well, we are all an expression or a fractal of God. And I come at this from previously an atheistic view. I was brought up in Christian household, but became atheistic in my 30s and 40s. And then when I started to unpick this stuff, I realized that, whoa, maybe all of that lie is about demeaning me. Because I raised my older children who finished university already on you came from monkeys or apes, evolved and so on, I know truthfully that that's a diminishment of what you truly are. But if it's a realm, an enclosed system in which we are planted here, if you like, to have an experience, then it's very different to, well, we evolved over millions of years and we've slowly got to this place of civilization, rather than we come from this loving creator that wants us to know that, rather than be at war with each other, be at odds with each other.
If everyone's got a god, if everyone has a god, there's 7 billion gods. And then multiply.
8 billion. Yeah, so I think of it more like a pyramid scheme, that system, that there is, at the bottom level, there's 8 billion of us, and as you go up, there's fewer higher selves, and as you go up to the next tier, eventually, after 7 levels or whatever, you get to the single source that we could call God. For me, the word God can be confusing to people, and some people don't like that term. But from whatever consciousness we emanate from, that consciousness has created this environment to come and experience itself. So if you were God, say, you wouldn't be able, or if you were everything, then you wouldn't be able to experience yourself because you are everything. But in this fractal form, in this tiny form as a man, you're able to kind of come and travel, taste, touch, smell, and do all of these things that everything couldn't do. So that's how I see that. But for me, the globe is about minimizing us. It's a belief system that's designed to minimize who we truly are, and it's much easier to control people when they believe they live on a frighteningly tiny, insignificant rock spinning through space that could be wiped out at any time. Much easier to go to war against our brothers and sisters. If we knew that we were God and we were brothers, we would never go to war with each other. We would want to support each other. We wouldn't get involved in businesses that were crushing other people's, lives and making so much homelessness or war or whatever. So it's, for me, the religions sought to control people. That was the purpose of them. But people lost faith with religion, excuse the pun, and so they gave us a science that said, this is who you are, this is what you come from, this is why you are here. And so by the time I got to my mid-40s, I'd given up any idea of ever understanding who we were or what we are doing here. But for the last 7 or 8 years, I came to this truth through what I call a near-death experience. And I realized that we are not these material things. This material body is just an avatar. You're carrying a candle of God, the Christ, if you like. The light of Christ is carried within each of us. And they want to dull that light or dim that light so that your experience here is minimized, and perhaps your soul journey is retarded, held back, and not enabled to rise. But like I was saying to some people earlier on, it's almost like we need this fire of experience to temper the steel. If we want to become masters of our own ship, then we need to have sailed the choppiest of waters. And this world is providing us with those very choppy waters. A lot of deception and a lot of easy ports where you could pull your ship in and say, you know what, I'm not going to sail tonight. I'm just going to stay in this easy port. It's got lots of cinemas and things to entertain me. I'm not going to bother going out and becoming the true captain that I was meant to become. Religion does that to us, and I think the science of, or the belief of all these theories of gravity, relativity, are designed to do the same thing that religion used to do. electromagnetic universe is what I think that we are. We're living inside. We're inside an electromagnetic egg or orange, and we're inside of that orange, not on the outside of it, like they try and believe. Tell us. And in nature, everything has a skin, a bark, a shell, to protect it from the environment. So why not our Earth has a shell or a containment in which it protects us from whatever's out there. The Bible people will tell you it's water. The old Bible story, Hebrew conception is that God separated the waters from the waters, so that there's water outside of our egg. There may be, but I'm not making any claims about what's outside of our world. I say that we're living inside of an orange, and inside the orange you'll find individual cells, millions of them or thousands of them, and you are one of those little cells, no less orange in flavor and color and taste, but you are just a small part of a much larger system, but equally important, equally valuable, equally orange than any other cell in that. So I think we're all one, but we're separated and divided to keep us from knowing that.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right.
Have a good day. Hey man.
All right, mate.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Cool. Yes. So here we are.
On a desk, apparently.
But no. That's the disinfo, bro. I think that we live inside of a globe, not on the outside.
Yeah, so like Hollow Earth kind of thing.
Well, Hollow Earth gives a sense that we're maybe walking on the inside of the ball, and I say it's more like this: if you take an orange and you cut it from top to bottom down and let it fall open, where the seeds are, that little pocket, that's where our continents are, and so we live on the seeds of the orange, within the orange itself.
Yeah, and what do you think to be on the orange? Or do you not know?
I was just saying to that guy now, I don't know. I mean, there's a theory that it's water or some kind of liquidy stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we can get out to it. So we can speculate.
Yeah.
And when we look at sonoluminescence, we discover that if you fire a frequency into water, you can make it fire up a star. And so when we look at our stars, they may be simply frequencies or energy perturbations.
Bioluminescence.
Yeah, through water.
Like a glow-worm base, really.
Yeah. And that's what we're seeing when we see the stars. But they're inside of I think they're inside of our orange or inside of our universal egg. But the flat disk is part of the disinformation program to get people to think, we're in space.
I'm sure it is. Like, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I believe in a holographic universe. And I do think, everything is connected, created by consciousness. I personally believe.
Thank you, sister.
When I was in school, I was a little girl.
Yeah.
And when I first started school, we did a geography class, and I said the Earth was flat. And she took me in front of the whole class and called me stupid in front of everybody, embarrassed me.
Yeah, that's
and then reprogrammed me.
Exactly.
If you question anything, whether right or wrong doesn't matter. You don't fucking do that to a child. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
What does she know anyway?
Exactly.
Exactly. Has she ever been up there? Has she ever walked around it? Or like, so
there isn't anything up there.
Take my flyer.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All the best, sister. Yeah, so
I think you can find evidence for anything that you look for in a way, if you know what I mean.
Well, I can't find evidence of curvature of water. That's one thing you can definitely not find. Like, water will always settle if you contain it. It will always settle and find a level. There may be a little bit of meniscus, because that's because of surface tension on the edge of the glass or whatever.
I mean, you do at the top. The bit, don't you?
But the body of water, if I stretch that glass to a mile long, would be level. So that's why we say sea level. Because aside from storms and winds that are creating waves and tides, we know that water is intrinsically level, and this is what water does. No matter it'll never do that. Right. Over a mile or 100 miles or whatever, it's not going to do that and continue doing that and going all the way around. Yeah. So that's correct. That's correct. That's incorrect in terms of what we see in the physical world.
Right.
And so for that reason alone, you can just debunk the idea of a globe unless you use a theory, gravity, to say it's pulling the water to the underside, and rivers can go uphill and all of that sort of thing, which of course they they don't. And then when you look at what NASA produce, they come out with these blue marbles.
NASA produces, yeah.
You know, and the size of America, changes dramatically from picture to picture. You know, so and the color schemes and things like that. And this guy, Rob Simmons, he said, I made the original blue marble shot that went on people's iPhones in 2002, and I use it just using data. Then I interpret that data as colors, and I use the clone tool to put clouds here, and so that's all being faked. We know that. Why would you need to fake it if 50 years ago we went to the moon? We should be able to. We should have video. We should have a 4K camera sitting on the moon filming the Earth spinning by now.
Right, yeah.
If they could do that 50 years ago, go up there. So the moon landings fell apart for me some years ago, and then I was like,
do you have a theory as to why then? Why?
Yes.
Why they're keeping us all like in the dark about?
Yeah, it's the same reason that the Vatican exists, is to minimize us, to control us.
Right, yeah.
And there's a spiritual reason for that, I believe. It's not just about taking the money out of your pocket and making you a tax slave.
No.
I think it's to do with your soul ascension, your soul growth.
Right.
Now you could take that two ways. You could say that either they're nefarious and they're doing it because they're devilish and they're Satan's world, and they want to constrain us from the soul point of view. However, it may also be the other thing, which is that if you really want to be the master of your ship, then you have to be tested. You know, if you were a boat captain and you'd never been outside of your own harbour, you wouldn't be much of a captain, right? You need to have crossed some of the choppiest seas at night.
Like Plato's cave, basically. Isn't
Yeah,
it? Like,
yeah. And until you've been tempered by the fire of this experience, you will never be as strong as you're meant to be.
Yeah. If you're only given one perception of reality, then you're never going to know, and you're not even going to question it. Most people won't question anything else that's going on as well, because they're just kind of we're just programmed to believe what we're told and to ridicule anybody who even questions anything
outside of the narrative.
Like,
yes.
So,
yes. Yes.
That's interesting. I'm really looked into much of the flat earth stuff. I mean, personally, I believe there's more important things going on at the moment, but it's all part of the same thing. It's all part of this.
Correct.
Like, you know what I mean?
And for me, why
the truth.
That's right. And why the flat earth matters, because if it's true, then that means that all the governments in the world
we have to question everything, right?
The whole establishment, from the royals to the religions to the governments, are all party somewhere along the line to a deception. Therefore, any edict that they offer, any information that they offer, you're always going to treat that with caution and go, these guys are trying to mislead me, so let me see where the truth is from what they're giving me.
Anyway, it's interesting talking to you, mate. Have a good afternoon.
You too, brother. All the best. There you go, guys. Dave, brother, you are the most. You're the man. I love your insight and unbiased, fair to all sides outlook. Thanks, bro. Cheers, Dan. There's my wife. Disconnection is the most important tool. Hey, how you going?
How's your flat earther?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh, I love you.
Oh my gosh, it's cold. With my wife there. Disconnection is the most important tool from self, from each other. Disconnection. Good day. How are you doing? Easy travels. Seems like everything else fake as F, Singe. Yes. Oh, the chem spill. You must be talking about East Palestine. Palestine. There's something about that. I can't take that at face value. Whatever the story is with that, I can't take that at face value. I think there's more to it. But all these distractions, and they get us away from, really. What they do is they'll give you a whole lot of, like what happened in 2020, right? Was a complete usurpation of the truth of the data of what was going on in reality, but no one ever goes back and look at that, because we're now so busy with the next hot potato that we've got to deal with. And that's, you know, and that's what, you know, because the news feed is only like for 2 days or 3 days, and then they'll move you on to the next story and so on. So people forget, and they're now focused on the next thing. So yeah, I'm not sure what the long and short of that spill is. And I know also from the little bit of I've heard of it is that there was a Netflix movie filmed in exactly the same place, imagining exactly the same scenario just 2 years ago. So it's definitely dodgy as heck. Yeah, I could do with a toilet break at some point. Not because I'm cold, it's because my bladder's full. Oh, wait, and I'm cold. Brian S. Stavely. What does the S stand for, Brian? Easy to fall apart when it's made of cardboard and Scotch tape. Are you talking about the lunar lander? Yeah, I have to say, Shiva, I have been impressed with the mines today. It's been more fruitful than in previous incarnations. Electromagnetic universe theory? Well, don't trust your government. You should be your own government. Oh, Ryan, yeah, well, Ryan says, undoctrinated, says so many people are awake here. I would never think this many people would be aware in a small area. I haven't met one in person in 3 years where I live. Well, I tell you what, you know, if I just walked up and down the street, I wouldn't know that necessarily either. But once you put the flyer up, once you put the banner up, my friend, you start to get a few people come out. Now, like those other guys said to me just now, they're like, you know, it's good for you to do this because you obviously come under some abuse. Oh, come on, ladies, check it out. Don't trust your government. Information. What I like about this chalk here is that the people driving up the street, they're actually reading it. So it has, and long after I'm gone, unless it rains, some of this will be here, doing its work, getting people thinking. What's the time? Anyone know what the time is? I have had a banana today, that's all I've eaten, and a few sips of coffee. So, but I love it. I would love to be doing this with more than just me, though, to be honest. I'm glad I'm doing it with me because I need to be comfortable doing it by myself. Cheers, brothers. I've got my flyer. Shaking of the head. I love it. Free your mind. There you go. You're welcome. Electromagnetic universe theory. Don't believe that evolution bunkum. We don't come from apes. We can't live on a spinning ball. You hear my little 5-year-old boy Azizi talking about how we can't live on a rock. You got to see this. I'm going to get some great footage. Ladies, some information? Okay. All right, you're welcome. Don't drink smart water though. It's not smart. Come back for a second nibble. Fantastic. I'll let her try not to frighten people away. You know, it's a juggling act between getting involved in people and talking to them and frightening them away from the flyer before they've had a chance to take it all in. All right, quick peek and gone. Knock and drop. Free your minds, guys. We do not come from evolved apes. Evolution is a lie. You are created perfect by God. Some information on electromagnetic universe. Don't believe we live on a spinning ball or come from apes. There will be more of this to come. How are you going, man?
Yeah, man.
Sweet. Sweet. Cold, but sweet. Some information for you, man. Electromagnetic universe theory. Truth. Probably. Yeah, take my pick. I got you. He's taking some pictures. Let me get out the way for him to take a pic. I love it. Take it home, share it with your friends, put it on your social media. Ma'am, electromagnetic universe theory. Thank you. Have a nice day. Did you guys ever see that footage of the policeman stealing my flyers in South Africa? Actually, I tried to share that video. It was on the last YouTube channel. I tried to share that video the other day and I got struck down. I somehow still had some of that video. 8 policemen surrounded me on the beach in Durban, Christmas Day, 2021. And forced me physically off the beach because I wouldn't follow her, the leader of the country. Some electromagnetic universe theory information?
No.
Okay. And they physically forced me off the beach for trying to share information, but not wearing the nappy. The lady towel on my face. The suffocation agenda. Some info, guys. Earth is flat, not a globe. NASA is Disney for adults. You've seen that, right? Some information, brother? Electromagnetics. We are electromagnetic beings. No, I wish I was. You can't live on a globe, man. You don't evolve from apes? Really? Hey guys, some electromagnetic universe information. Thank you. You're welcome. We are one. As Marley said. Come one. Some information on the electromagnetic universe. See, people see this and they think it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I know my friend and I, Glyph, made this up, and I thought I was so clever doing this, and then turns out it looks like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire hoopla. Some information on the electromagnetic universe. You're welcome. Have a nice day. There you go. Cheers.
Yeah, I got a piece of paper.
Yeah, hey, so if you guys are in England and want to join me when I do some of this, then of course. Glyph is in the chat. Oh, okay, Greg. My friend. Hi guys, I got some information on electromagnetic universe theory. Okay, all right, have a lovely life. Excellent. Don't raise them on the ball. Some man's ball. Yeah, hey Greg, nice to see you if you're here. Good to see you. Yes, we must connect soon. Glyph has got a young child. So a daughter called Marley, by the way. So he's a major Bob Marley fan. Electromagnetics, guys. It's not a rock. You can't live on a rock that floats in space. That's all nonsense. But it doesn't come naturally to everyone. We don't evolve from apes. It's true, we were created perfect like we are. You can't live on a spinning rock ball in space. That's all a lie designed to minimize you.
Of course it is. Here we go.
Take a flyer.
I've read the science.
You didn't? You've read the science?
Yeah.
Science is like a religion, though.
Hiya.
Hi.
Yeah, Tom, I
Hi.
obviously don't believe this stuff. What give me one reason why I should believe.
I'm not going to ask you to believe anything.
No,
really.
no, but just
belief is the foundation of why we're in such a mess, because people believe all sorts of things.
So, for example,
When I look out of an aeroplane
Yes.
and I see the curvature of the Earth,
Yes.
what am I seeing if it's flat?
You're seeing it's an optical illusion because of the atmosphere, the denseness of the atmosphere. You know, as you go up higher, the atmosphere gets thinner. But when you're up high and you look down, you're looking into dense atmosphere. So it's moisture, essentially. And the combination of your eyeball being round, the windows of the plane being slightly convexed, and the atmospheric occlusion or bending, it makes it seem like it's going round. Or bending round, right? But if you go to the front of the plane and you look out front, what you see is a bank of clouds. If it's a cloudy day, you see a bank of flat clouds as far as the eye can see, and you fly into that bank for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then you look again and you see another bank of flattened clouds going into the distance. There's pilots on YouTube that say the Earth is flat. It's not really.
So what happens? How do you get from like the UK to Australia? How in terms of it being flat?
I'll show you that. Yeah. So this is a United Nations logo, and this is called the azimuthal equidistant map. So if you were flying from the United States to Australia, you would probably go either either that, or sometimes they'll fly you from here to like Abu Dhabi or something, or Hong Kong or something like that, and then on to Australia. So there's no problem sailing around this, and all our around the world sailing can follow these lines. We have the Panama Canal, we have the Suez Canal to kind of cut ourselves in around this. So there's no problem in, with that. I mean, if I said to you, can I walk around Glastonbury? Can I circumnavigate Glastonbury? You say, of course you can. You can walk around the Tor and come back around to the other side. So that's no problem at all. Navigation, by the way, was always done on a flat Earth up until the last 200 or 300 years. Everybody, it's live on YouTube.
Is it really?
I have 31 people watching at the moment.
So and the
so there's no problem.
Underneath it though? I guess my main question is why. Yeah, what's underneath it?
Okay.
Why do you think it would be more floaty if it's flat than if it was round?
I don't know that there's anything floating. The floating thing is a there's no. I have no claims about that it's floating, or that there's anything underneath it. Humans have only ever drilled 8 miles into the Earth at furthest, so we don't really know what's beneath our feet. What I say to people is that as my flyers is it's an electromagnetic universe. So it's almost like we live inside of a bubble, inside of an orange, inside of an egg. As I say to people, in nature, everything in nature has to have a skin. A peel, a bark, a shell, except the globe. That's the only thing that doesn't have a shell.
Because it has the outer surface, and then the atmosphere as well.
The atmosphere is not a barrier.
But then what's the outer shell of the Earth?
Yeah, so with mainstream, because I raise my older children on the globe, and so what we tell them is that there is a thing called gravity, and gravity is providing us with that outer protective layer. Well, gravity is just a theory, and just because something falls to the floor does not mean it's going to become a shell. This idea of the mainstream argument against flat Earth is that it's a disk in space with an edge and all that sort of thing. And I don't know about outer space, whether there is such a thing as outer space. I think that we live inside of a containment, like an orange. Like I said to people, if you had to take an orange, cut it down top to bottom and let it fall open, where the seed pod is, in the center of the orange, that's our continents. That's where we live, on those seeds, if you like. And the cells of the fruit, of the tomato or whatever, that's the sea around us. Now, there's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty that prevents any of us from traveling below the 70th parallel. And it was signed in the 1950s by all the major countries. And they stop us from doing any exploration below the 70th parallel. Flights can't go there unless they're military. Boats will get turned back if they can't. There's plenty of pilots on YouTube saying the Earth is flat. We don't account.
We do have to go. We're meeting my friend now, so I just my last question: why would they want us to believe it? So why would they care?
Are you a Christian? So why would they want us to believe that?
And look, I've got lots of reasons why.
Because to control you, right? Right.
Why,
Same with
why
Islam.
Having it as a disc, why would that make it more? Why as a sphere? Why would that make them control us?
Because we're now. Hi again.
Remember me?
Yes, I do. Yeah. 1 second. But because we are in a very dangerous, precarious situation. If we're on the outside of the globe, in the Goldilocks zone of space, and there's asteroids and all of these sorts of things. But if you lived inside of a protective cocoon, like in your mother's womb, you're perfectly safe. And so if we're inside of a protective cocoon on an intended created Earth that you might have intended to create and come and have this experience of yourself on, then that's very different to being a random lucky strike evolved ape. Rather than a created, I intended for me.
So you think it's a God who created this protected orange or whatever?
I think that we are God who created this for ourselves. For ourselves to come and have a learning, like a school, if you like, a soul school. I'll talk to you again. Like a soul school for us to kind of become our higher selves. But what they are doing incrementally is devolving us to become more beast-like. We go to war with each other, we hate on each other, with nothing but that kind of world that we live in now. And that's how you control people, is by putting on. And not only that, some people suggest that there's more land, they're hiding more land from us. But aside from the materialist stuff, I think that spiritually they're trying to constrain us, just in the same way that religion did. But people lost faith in religion, and they gave us science.
For me, that's a huge leap to go from. Like I don't see it as we're. Lucky.
But you're only starting.
I feel like there's millions of stars and planets like us in the universe.
You feel like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's what you were taught in school, right?
No, that's what I feel like.
You've been to any of these planets?
No, but
No.
I can see them and I understand.
Which planets can you see?
Ones in the sky, unless they're just I don't particularly put in
Well, no. What you see is lights in the sky, right?
Yeah.
So how can you discern the difference between Mars and Alpha Centauri, which is the sun?
I mean, I'm not a.
No. You're an intelligent woman, and you've got eyes.
I do know professors of astronomy and they've studied that stuff.
And they're seeing lights. Yeah. What we see in the sky is lights.
Yeah.
And if we take a high power camera and we zoom right in on that, we see that these lights are like orbs, and they're just or points of. Yeah, doing this. It's like a light show that you see in the sky. To imagine that Mars is reflecting the sunlight to make it look like Alpha Centauri or a sun is a leap of faith that you have to take from the science.
I am fully aware I knew nothing.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I don't. I do need to go. I'm just really curious about.
No. But stay curious.
Stay curious about why telling us that it was a sphere would be more controlling than telling us it's a flat Earth.
A created Earth.
Which comes with a whole.
Yeah, because if it's created by a creator, then that has
why could the sphere not be created by? Like your argument about us creating it and choosing it, which a lot of people believe, and I believe, is that could still be a sphere.
Name me one fruit that grows its fruit on the outside of the skin. You can't, because it doesn't do that in nature. So I'm only reflecting.
I believe that. I do need to go, but I believe that.
Take this. In nature, so I'm only giving you what I can see in nature. What we're told to believe in science is things that we can't test for ourselves. So if you can't test it yourself, you have to take it on faith.
That's the thing. So for me, like that doesn't make sense from what I see in the world. The sphere with a globe, that does make sense from what I see in the world. So that's why I go with that.
Have you heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yes.
He says that at 100,000 feet, you're not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, because you said you can see it from the plane.
Yeah.
He says at 100,000 feet, you're nowhere near high enough.
Horizon? How come you can see the horizon when you're looking out to sea?
Horizon? How far is the horizon?
Miles.
So if I went up higher, would the horizon be further?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it was on a curve, I shouldn't actually be able to see that. But I've been flying over the Mediterranean, and I've seen ships for 100 miles all around me that look like they're on a lake. So it turns out when you start to investigate what we're seeing is that because you're so low to the ground when you're standing on the beach, your aspect or your angle of resolution is so low that you will lose things. If you and I put our heads on the floor right now and watch people walk down the street, you'd start to lose their feet, then their knees, then their hips as they walk further and further away from you. It's exactly the same thing. But I've been on a.
I really do know. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Keep an open mind. It's like a parachute. I've got an open mind, and I do think about these things, but I'm not willing to look at what you're saying. Yeah. Hey guys, can I give you a flyer on the electromagnetic universe? How you are the center of creation? Cool. How are you?
You're all right, darling.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Yeah, you're good. Still doing the good work?
I'm still doing the work.
Yeah. I'm doing other work as well.
You are?
It's just non-stop, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm
Cool.
really good. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm freezing my butt off today, But hey ho.
Fucking cold today. Yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you touring with the van at the moment?
No. I just drove down for the day.
Oh, right. Where are you staying?
I'm staying in Frome. Oh,
right,
yeah, not far from about half an hour from here.
Yeah, not Frome. Yeah.
And just for another month or so. So I thought I'd strike while the iron was hot.
Right. You're going to be in Frome for a month?
Yes.
Oh, right. Frome is nice.
Yeah.
I love Frome. I think it's really cute. Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit less crazy than here, I suppose. A bit less new agey, well, a little bit less, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit less, I'd say. No, quite a bit less than this, but it's nice to come to Glastonbury.
I think if I drove, I'd probably live more out there than I do here, but I don't drive, so it's easier for me here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but there you go.
What do you got for lunch?
I've just got a salad.
Ah, well, enjoy
That's
that.
for dinner, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, but no, I'm doing all right. I've just finished. I've just finished my healing device. I finished putting it together.
Okay.
And I'm having some incredible results.
Really?
It works with your biophotons.
Okay.
So your biophotons, and it doesn't put anything in your body, and it doesn't take anything out. So it's yourself healing yourself.
Awesome.
Through the device.
Awesome.
So your light is constantly reflected in and out of the device through acupuncture points, and your light heals itself in the process. It repairs.
It's
within
brilliant.
Your body. Yeah,
brilliant.
It's really amazing.
Well, then you'll like my new flyer. Take that and eat it with your.
What was your name again?
Dave.
Dave
Manel.
Dave?
Manel.
Manel.
Yeah.
Manel. How do you spell it?
M-A-N-N-A-double-L.
M-A.
Double N.
M-A-double-N.
A-double-L. Double-L.
Manel.
All man.
All man. Yeah. Manel. All man.
Trinity for all man.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, nice to see you.
Likewise.
Again, and, you know.
I'm sure I'll see you again.
The videos or something. Yeah. All right, darling. See you later.
Oh man. Evan Cold here in New Hampshire. I love New Hampshire, by the way. I spent some time there in 1988. Nashua, New Hampshire. Manchester, New Hampshire. Actually, I gave a class in college there. Hi. In Manchester on linguistics. I wasn't giving the class, but I went to a class and I got to speak to the class about Afrikaans and how the language is structured. Guys, some information on electromagnetic universe. I've done you. Hey, we've been pretty good about holding on to 33 viewers throughout this stream. I'm very pleased that you stopped by, guys. I really am grateful for that. It's a good number. But not only that, it's just nice to be doing it for others and not just for myself. Hopefully it's inspirational as well as entertaining. But inspirational. Oh, I just found 20 pence. Oh. My legs are so stiff from the cold. But I just found 20 pence. Easy, if you're watching, I'm going to bring this 20 pence home for you. Hey bro, I'm going to give you a flyer on the electromagnetic universe.
What's it telling us?
Telling us that we've been lied to. Like we're the center of creation. Yeah. That whatever God is, it's in you. That God is in you and you are in God. And that the earth is not, like they tell us, some lucky random rock spinning around in a void vacuum of space.
Yeah. What's the new thing?
What's the new thing?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
how many suns do you reckon there are? That's the thing. You know? You know that, do you?
I don't know.
The thing is, yeah, that I worked out. Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You meet a lot of people that hear about stuff, but then just also recite other people's information.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you have to think, okay, well maybe the Earth's flat, all of this sort of stuff, and then you have to sort of question a little bit more. Yeah. So then I sort of went like, and then worked out, yeah, that it's not really as you think.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be a ball, yeah?
Yeah.
But it's not a ball. It's a flat terrain, yeah? But people think that they're free because you think, oh, you've got a passport, so you can go from country to country to country to country.
Yes.
Yeah? But really, you don't have a clue where you're going to on that plane. Yeah. So the map that they've given us is completely incorrect. Yeah. But it actually coincides with the pyramids. Yeah. Because the pyramids aren't what we think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pyramids, because the sun, yeah, like what I heard you talking about earlier, isn't millions and millions of miles away. It's really close. Yeah. But there are multiple suns. Yeah.
Right.
But the moon and the sun work in correlation with the pyramids. Yeah. So it's what the pyramids and the sun is doing. Yeah. Is so the pyramid is actually in the center of our bit of the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the way around us is an ice ring.
Yeah.
So what you've been told.
Yeah.
So actually, outside the ice ring, yeah, there isn't like land because it's just frozen water. But out here is lots of different bits of land.
Yeah.
So we're told that on our ball, there's loads of different artifacts from civilizations that lived thousands and thousands of years ago when the dinosaurs were extinct and stuff like this. Yeah. But actually, all of this stuff is existing right now on the same land mass as us, yeah. But the sun, there's multiple suns, yeah. But our sun is held in a in just a movement like this, yeah.
Yeah.
From the magnet of the pyramid and the moon. Yeah?
Interesting.
So this creates an ice ring all the way around us. Now, outside of this is where all of the so-called Aztecs and Egyptians and Mayans and the dinosaurs and stuff all exist now.
Right.
Yeah, but we're living inside a prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, trapped by the sun, but we don't question that because we think that the sun is the ultimate thing of all creation that gives life to everything.
Right.
But it's not. It's actually the very thing that keeps you trapped. And most humans, yeah, like ourselves, we're all lazy and we can't actually survive in cold conditions. So really we just live our mundane lives going about thinking that we're free, going from here to India on a plane and stuff, thinking that we know exactly what's going on, but really we're just going where they tell us, inside a prison. And outside of the prison, outside the ice ring, is where all of the technology and everything is. Because you think about it, it's quite strange that their linear timeline of, say, 4.2 billion years of evolution, and then in the last 100 years we've had all of this acceleration in technology and stuff. That's incorrect. It's that all of the technology and far more technology that supersedes what we have here exists right now. But it's outside of the ice wall. See, and the very people like the monarchy and the king and queen and stuff like this, really all they are is they're just farmers of me and you, and really, you know, but most people don't think of that. They just jump on the bandwagon. It's like, oh, it's a flat earth, but they don't really think
it's much more
how
than,
it could be.
It's much more than that. And the word prison is the same as the word prism.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that we're in a prism. It's a light system that we're in. It's all frequency, energy, and vibration.
Yeah, but when you get into that starts to get to like slight hippie speculation. Whereas if you look really just at what's going on, you can prove those things just with your eye. But when you start getting into light refracting off atoms to create stuff, then it's more speculation. You know?
Atoms are part of the lie, I think. You know, that it's atomic, because I don't think that there's. I don't think, you know, like this is a rock. People have this idea that this is a rock, whether it's a plate or a ball. They think that it's a rock, but for me, it's just frequency and vibration. Like Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of frequency, vibration, and light, really. So I think that we are all light beings trapped in a prism or in a prison that constrains us. I like the idea that there's land outside, but I want to offer you this, because that circle that you drew down there, for me, is like if I took an orange and I sliced it through the equator, or I sliced it down top to bottom and I let it fall open, then where I see those seeds is where I think the continents are, and we're inside of that orange. Or if you take a bunch of grapes, we're inside of one grape. There might be other grapes on the bunch, which is what you were describing. There's other circles which will have their own ice walls, and that ice wall is the skin of the grape, really. And so there may be those things, but again, that's speculation. I can't be sure about that. Well, what I can be sure about is that, like when I observe water I know that it's going to find its level when it settles in a container. So our physical experience here is that the waters, the seas of our earth, east coast to west coast of England, it's the same body of water with the same level. The land goes up and goes back down again to the same sea level. What does that tell me? It tells me that we're in a system of deception, that you're right, that the Vaticans and the royals and the establishment is designed to hold us back from ever knowing that, keep us as prisoners in this system, whether that's simply because they want to tax you or that they want to hold your soul so that you don't rise in your soul journey.
You don't even know that you have a soul. That is speculation as well, my friend.
But I think that there's a consciousness. Do you not think that there's a higher consciousness?
There is a consciousness, but when you start getting into consciousness and collective consciousness, you can't separate it individually into the soul. You start thinking, oh well, the number of people is growing on the planet, so all these souls are just appearing, and people like to say, oh yeah, they're appearing from here and they're coming here, and, the only thing you really know that you can be guaranteed of is the things that you see with your eyes. Everything else is just one person's speculation.
I'm with you on that. But I do. So for me, I had the advantage of doing DMT in 2015, and when I did the DMT, so you know that this is light. Well, this is fractal.
Even that isn't guaranteed proof, man. Yeah. You can't take that as solid evidence.
But you've been deceived, right? By the controllers of this game.
Yeah, but you can't just say that it's exactly that.
No.
That idea of exactly that is always changing anyway. What you thought and you were so excited about 10 years ago, it's like still ripples with you now, but it's not what you're focusing on now. And it's like that. Everyone's got so many different angles of how reality can be. It can be on a cellular structure, it can be on an atomic level, it can be on a light level, it can be on a physical level. It's like, and that's the mystery of it, is that we will never know.
No. When you did the DMT, did you feel that love on the other side? Did you feel love? Yes, brother.
It's hard to really say that, like, I feel love on the other side.
For me, when I did the DMT, I was just suffused in there was so much love, because I felt like I died. But I was immersed in a love of a kind that I'd never even believed possible or imagined of. So for me, that was a real, like, evidence, first-hand experience, if you like. I know I was on the DMT, but it was the first-hand experience of that love that I think exists, or that is the source of everything. That's my kind of starting point. Because think about it. Would you rather that we were friends and having a loving relationship, or enemies? What would feel more comfortable to you?
Well, it depends on the individual, man, because every single emotion is completely equal and valid. Yeah, it's just as humans we're so conditioned, like what you say, for the love and the happiness.
No, I think we're conditioned against love and happiness. I think we're conditioned to go to war with each other. That's why the corporations exist, so that they can profit.
No, but most of the individuals on the street, like us and stuff, they all, everyone wants to be happy. No one wants to actually be sad, but sadness is completely equal in your life as the happiness, you see, but we're taught to run away from that thing sometimes, you see, and this can cause false misconceptions sometimes, because both are completely equal.
Would you say that sadness and hate are the same thing? Because you see, for me, what I tried is 10 years ago, I started trying to understand why the religions were creating so much hatred in the world, where my religion against your religion creates that enmity between us, right? So I was wondering, why would they do that? Why would God, if there is such a thing, create two religions that were contradictory, or 3 or 4 religions that were contradictory? Because it only entrenches people into camps.
It's not like that. A lot of this stuff is being created by the human mind. And
exactly. Well, religion, religion, but that's the point.
All right. Okay. Tracking.
That's the point. Is that there seems to be an agenda to create enmity and division in the world, and separation rather than oneness.
Maybe this idea of everyone being collective and together. It's just a fairy tale that
Maybe.
you're telling yourself.
Yeah.
See?
Maybe.
Maybe it's not like that.
Maybe. But I know that for sure that if the royals and the governments, whatever, are getting me to go to war against you, they're doing that with an agenda in mind.
Yeah, but they're not, because we're not at war right now.
We're not?
Me and you, we're not at war.
Not me and you, but you know, me and you are never going to be at war, but my government will go to war with another country. As a 19-year-old kid, I went to a country called Angola and went to war and killed people because my government, but if I was to meet those people in a pub or down the street, we'd shake hands and be friends, right? So governments, the system that's ruling here is trying to create enmity.
Yeah, but they're the people that own this. This is their system. They own you.
Well, that's why I do. That's why you got to take my flight, because no one should own you.
Yeah, but,
you're meant to be your own master.
You think that you're free, but hang on. I know that I've got to go, but all of these people here, like,
we're not free, but we should be.
Hang on. Maybe we're not though, because maybe our lineage, maybe the human race isn't even what you think it is, man. Maybe we're only like 200 years old. Maybe we're a new clone of a clone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is what I mean. All of these people like yourself go about thinking, I want my freedom, I'm free, but you don't even know what you are. Yeah. We're a lost species with no purpose, nothing. We just jump to things like leeches. Yeah?
Species comes from evolution.
Empty.
Yeah, but species is evolution.
Evolve, yeah. If you look at these pictures from the 1800s of these American cities like New Orleans and Chicago and stuff.
All built.
Yeah. They're empty.
Yeah. So
maybe,
you've looked into mud flood and things like that.
But maybe we're
Tartaria.
Maybe they wiped out the old species and maybe we're a new clone.
Maybe.
And
but that cloning and the species thing kind of comes from the ancient aliens version of stories, which I don't buy. But I've enjoyed the conversation with you, brother.
Cool,
I have.
What's your name?
Dave.
Cool. Tom.
Tom.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Cool, man.
Keep an open mind. Cheers, brother. Good luck, guys.
None of us know about anything, but it's good to share these ideas and concepts with people because it wakes people up.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Cheers, bro. Hey. Any questions on my poster, feel free to ask.
Am I being filmed at this point?
Sorry?
Am I being filmed?
No.
Well, not now, no.
Yeah, I won't turn it around. Got some a flyer for you on the electromagnetic universe, sir.
Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Water's always.
When I was at school, I avoided science.
Yeah, because they lied to you.
I did.
They make you think
I did
that.
stuff like English and well, I did math, but I did English and history and geography.
Geography is
I
good.
didn't do chemistry, physics, or anything like that.
Well, you will understand that the physics of water is that water will always run downhill.
Oh, yeah,
it's
I can
constrained,
understand
And if you did maths, you should be able to work out that the curvature of Earth, if we live on a globe, is 8 inches per mile squared, according to trigonometry. So we can't measure any curving water. We can't measure the bend over water. We can't measure it. We think we see it over distance, but we can't measure it. So we say that
so is it right in the southern hemisphere water goes down the plug hole?
Yeah. But on a globe, it doesn't fall off a globe. Why? Why doesn't it fall off a globe?
Should go downhill, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should all fall off at the bottom. And not only that, all gases should rise to the top of the globe.
Yeah.
All hot air and gas, helium and whatever should go to the top of the globe. But no, we live inside a world, electromagnetic universe is what I say.
I gotta get on now. It's good to talk to you.
All right, brother. You take care. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Don't trust the teachers. It's all good here. How long are we going for? 3 hours 30. Is that 3 hours 33? No, 3 hours 38. That's the eyesight for you. I've had 50 thumbs up. Thank you so much for those 50 thumbs up, all of you. I appreciate it very much. It's Jim Lotus. Yeah, how are you getting on to the North Pole, brother? I'm hoping for feedback there. Hopefully be able to do like Nixon did, is phone us from the moon. Antarctic Treaty holds us captive in one area. And yeah, I mean, who knows how big this place is? Who knows? See, Jim, you're right. We should come together and heal to be free. However, while we keep squabbling over what's right and what's not right, we will battle to come together. Thank you. Thank you. Around Earth. Chanting, how are you doing? Good.
Just talking
okay.
With, inside this.
Oh, you were at
seminar with Eli, and he's a Globie.
Is he a Globie?
Yeah, he is a Globie.
Because I saw him this morning. He said, "Oh, you should come do a talk." I didn't tell him I was into the flat Earth, but I went there. I was going to put my posters up there and stuff, and he said, "Oh, you should come and do a talk with me sometime."
With the flat Earth.
He didn't know I was talking about it, but he had Mark Devlin. He had Mark Devlin there first thing this morning.
Though, put it to him because I do removals with him.
Oh, do you?
We have the talk and he just like.
Oh, really?
He doesn't get angry, and I'm like, do you know what? You're so up to date with lots of other things. I just let it slide. Just like, I don't care.
I gave him one of these actually this morning.
Yeah.
So do you want to take one yourself? Yeah, cool. And you can tell him you ran into that guy, and you know he's a flat earther.
You're cool though. You should have been.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that he said he'd invite me to another event.
Where's the flat Earth thing though? Is there on that?
Well, this one says 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball by my friend Eric DeVay, who thinks I work for the government. Thanks, man. I've been doing it for 5 years now, getting out in the street and just talking to people about it. All over the world, actually. Not all over, but on a few.
Are you doing
live stream? Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Earth is flat, yes. Cool. Yeah, you know, have you heard of Mark Sargent? No, Eric, not Eric, but
I've listened to Santo Bonacci.
Santos Bonacci, yeah.
I've seen some of his stuff, like when he was talking about when he thinks it was a globe, and then like they've come back into the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Anyone that's within the movement that has some influence, and they start talking about planets and space, and I think they're like disinformation agents.
Either that, or they're not yet able or unable to see all of it. You know.
It's a really big thing.
But it does minimize their message for me, that if they haven't been able to see through this yet, because it's been a noise for 8 years, since 2015 it really became a noise.
I heard about it when I was in Australia years. This is like 2014.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
I saw a whole group talking about like flat Earth, and
Okay.
I walked past them. I was like, it did not even click. And it was 2020. We went to protest, and there was a guy in the crowd, and I heard him say, "Yeah, flat Earth, this and that." And I was like, "Well, what are you talking about?" Started talking to him, and like he didn't have the proofs to me, but it was the fact that he believed it. And then I started looking, and I was like, "What?" Like, it makes so much sense, and that's it's just like
Total disinfo. Yeah.
we've been given these balls since birth.
Yep.
Like, it's the biggest thing, and it makes so much sense. Like once you realise how much they've deceived us, this is really easy to see. They've lied about
through
this
the
too.
yeah.
Coming to the realisation of how it works is a bit different. Like, then creation and purpose.
Yes. Yes, the meaning of life. You know, what's the purpose? And yeah, and we can't necessarily answer all the questions about how this place works. And I'm not trying to, just really trying to steer people to think again about.
There's something in the soul of many people that disturbs them to the point where they either get angry,
Yes.
and then the fact that they've seen it, that they've asked the question, it starts the journey.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's beautiful. It is crazy.
It is
I
beautiful.
think about it all the time. I go
Awesome.
out, I see the moon out, and then I'm like, the moon just reminds me how close it is.
Yes.
How close the sun is.
Yes.
What we're on, like a magnetic plate that is endless. We don't know how far it goes out, left and right, over the shelf.
Well, why I started looking at electromagnetics, aside from doing DMT in 2015, which really helped me through my atheism.
Same time that I had mine.
Really?
Yeah, I disappeared.
Yeah.
I was up there somewhere.
Yeah.
I left.
But so I see it all as an electromagnetic plate, if you like, but it's but it's more like in nature what you see are spheres like oranges, apples, and things like that. So I think that if you were to cut the orange from top to bottom and let it fall open, where you see the seeds, that's our continents. If you took your electromagnetic torus, you are electromagnetic torus. If you cut it open, the hard seeds is this fleshy body that I can see in front of me. The whole of you is much larger, as you know. The whole of your aura is much bigger than this material, dense part here that you are. So I suggest that it's like an electromagnetic torus, and as the light is sort of smashed into the bottom of it, it slows down for a brief moment in time and becomes material. You know, like they tell you in mainstream science, like if light goes into a black hole, it becomes so dense. Well, the only way to make light into something as dense as your body or a tree or whatever is to crush it through a black hole, essentially, and to make it dense. So this central part of you becomes physical.
Well, the heart is powered electrically.
Yes.
And it's a valve. It's actually the lungs that is the charging force.
Yes.
And it's the ether.
Ether, which is the
electrical
electricity.
energy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the alveoli of your lungs looks like the branches of the tree.
Yeah,
And the trees.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're taking the electricity, essentially. They tell us it's photosynthesis and so on, but it's taking electricity and turning that into energy in the same way as your lungs are doing the same thing. Same as the riverbeds. If you look at the river from top down, topography, it's like veins, also in that same dendritic formation. So it's all electrical and magnetic, or electromagnetic. Ma being the mother, the magnetism, L being the male, the electricity. So the light comes from the father into the magnet of the mother's womb or into the egg, and then so life can. So life creates.
They say there's a zinc spark.
Yeah, zinc.
Which is the spark of life. That when it hits the sperm hits the egg, and like the sperm being the cranium and the spine. And then the egg is like the organs and the conscious.
Okay.
Some sort.
I like that.
How it works. But
Yeah, I like that.
There's a difference between the two, and this is they say why we have the left and the right looks different because there's two masculine and feminine fused together. And the left brain, right brain.
Okay. Yeah.
And the path, what is it? The narrow path is the one.
The third eye.
Yeah, like following the narrow path gets you closer, quicker to God.
I like that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I've read it.
Well, if you think about the yin-yang symbology, right?
Yeah.
You've got the white and the dark, or the light and the dark. But between the light and the dark, there's that line, that S line that runs. That's the middle path. That's the narrow way. So you can either be in oscillation between the fighting in the dark, or the succumbing and being a sheep in the white, or you can take the middle way and balance both your left and your right, your masculine and your feminine.
That's what we need to, as men, we need to embrace that we can have these to feel the feelings. Yeah, we're taught not to feel, but that's where once men come into that energy, we tap more into our feelings, and we're not like how society has trained us to do. Emotionless. Going into something.
No, but I tell you what, it's true, and I think that even in the feminine, she too has been skewed in this world, so that she becomes like a masculine corporate dog, rather than
it's almost
a mother.
Like they are under threat to just look after children, just look after the home. To do that while the man goes and does that, it's not the fact that we don't think you're capable, it's that we don't want you to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, if you look in nature,
we enjoy providing.
Yeah. And the mother should want to, the mother elephant is going to want to nurture. She's not going to ask the male to come and raise her children for her. He may have a role to play, but she's going to, that's why she's here. It's like, I'm here to produce new life and to nurture that new life. Now we'd rather put the child in daycare and in schools for 15 years rather than I'm going to take you. Yep. I'm going to take you around and show you the forests and the lakes and all of these sorts of things. I'm going to show you the natural world as the mother elephant, and then my children will then follow that same cycle themselves. That's the natural way. Now we're sort of we'll have the TV and the school do all of the entertaining for our children rather than us doing it ourselves.
Even more so now with the technology that we're in. Like I was lucky to grow up without a phone up until the age of 15. And then I see it like now. It's just pictures. Everyone's taking pictures, selfies. Like everyone's just like self. There's so many pictures of self, but nobody is aware of self.
That's a nice way of putting it.
It's a meme.
No, I like that because coming into awareness is the key.
What is your current?
I'm Trinity 4 on YouTube. Yeah. Cool. This is my new channel, and the last one got stolen by YouTube because I was talking too much about the No, they don't. I mean, they do shadow ban for talking about flat Earth nowadays. It wasn't so much like that in the early days, but I went to South Africa for a year, and I was telling the African people and stuff to stay away from the needles and the masks and all that stuff. Yeah. They took my channel away for that. So
I don't even bother talking about it. Let them do what they're going to do. It's me. I won't take it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because if you're your own master, then you shouldn't have anyone telling you what to do.
I think there will be casualties no matter what
happens
in the world. And
yes.
There's only so much weight that you can bear before it becomes something that takes its toll.
Yeah.
Let their journey be with them alone. Do your bit, but don't lose sleep.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I think today is a good example of that because aside from having like really great conversations with people like yourself, I also get people coming and telling me I'm stupid, right? And I am okay with that.
It's only because you make them, because what you believe disturbs them.
Yes. Well, we don't like to have our paradigm. If I stood in front of the church on a Sunday and told people that they were being misled, they'd be angry with me.
So that was another thing. The Bible, bro. The Bible, like, I don't know if it's just the one Bible, but it's like 200 plus references to
the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
Stationary.
The waters above the dome.
Yeah. Even as a teenager, I had a lot of Bible study, and I used to tease my preacher because I say, "Look, your Bible is so out of date. You're still talking about flat Earth. You're talking about, all the science has moved on a long way. So the Bible is redundant." That's what I told my preacher when I was a kid. So I was reading the flat Earth in the Bible as a kid, and then I left it all behind. I followed the science, and I raised my children on, evolution.
If people are Christians, and I can't speak to them being flat Earth, and I'm just like, I don't want to speak about it because the facts are right there in front of you. You can't just pick and choose.
Yeah. If you can't read it in there, then it's hard to reach you.
Many are called, few are chosen.
Yes. What's your name?
Joshua.
I'm Dave.
Pleasure.
Dave. It's Trinity 4. There is a link there to that. Thanks, Joshua. Yeah. See you again, bro. So, I am leading up to 4 hours here. Wow. Bible is allegory for right living. I do take a lot from the Bible, by the way. I don't dismiss it all out of hand, But although obviously there's businesses about circumcision and nasty stuff like that, which I don't really buy into at all. 57 now. Where father and son travel to the North Pole and back. Oh, is that? Yeah. I know that story, by the way. I know that story, but I'm not buying into the magnet at the center thing. Sorry for now, Jim. And I love your energy, man. But bring it. I say, if the evidence is there, then I'm happy to eat humble pie all day long. Submission or resistance, yes, darling. All right, Joshua.
I'm going to get a card dropped off because I'm doing my organite pyramids down here in the hall.
Do you?
Claire will come and drop some cards off, then you can hit me up on Facebook.
You're not filming right now, are you?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Oh, that's okay. No, I would come and talk to you,
Yeah.
but I'm actually getting divorced because of flat Earth.
No way.
Yeah.
You know that the Earth is flat, or your partner does?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I just believe it's not what they say
the globe,
it is.
yeah.
I'm open to, I've looked, I've been down all the rabbit holes. I'm going to tell you the story now. But yeah, so because I started talking about flat Earth, he said that nothing that I said anymore would have any integrity,
Wow.
and then he asked for a divorce.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
It is a good thing, yeah.
All respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck. Cheers,
That was a
Joshua.
pleasure.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, yeah. Oh my gosh. You have no idea how cold I feel right now. The coldness is so intense. I'm feeling it in my knees. Thanks for all the thumbs up, by the way. I appreciate that. My wife, if anyone wants to do the inner work, she's offering coaching to heal and find freedom. Now, Andrea will offer, at the moment, she can offer you 2 or 3 free 1-hour coaching sessions. It's a limited time offer, but you know, it does go deep, and it does help to look at trauma and childhood, particularly traumas. So I would recommend it, highly recommend it. If you want to go beyond that, how you doing? If you want to go beyond that, then she can take you on a journey with yourself, soul searching. I mean, discovery. Sorry, I'm not making much sense right now. The coldness is starting to infiltrate my brain. Hey, Cliff. And you're running away. You're running and you're running, but you can't run away from yourself. I don't know if I butchered that, Bob Marley. Sorry about that. When we heal within and come back to who we truly always were, then we will have freedom. Yes, and it won't really matter where you are, you know. I think you can find that freedom inside the prism or prison. But I've had some great conversations today, don't you? Earth means heart, yes, it's an anagram for heart. And ether, by the way, and breathe is ether. You can spell earth in that as well. Breathe, you can spell earth with a B, baby. It's the earth has chakras too, or energy centers. I agree with it, Jim. Now, if you take my example of cutting the orange from top to bottom and letting it fall open, then from the very top, the crown of the orange, to the bottom, you've got points in that orange, which are your higher and lower and middle. I really love my orange analogy, and I may be wrong, but I love it, and I continue to talk about it as a way of instructing people. When we are still a victim, this is my wife, when we are in victim consciousness or blame, then we will remain in survival or in the prison. So it cancels to 0, Eric. Yeah, Earth is not a globe, ladies. We've been lied to about where we live and who we are. We are divine creations of God. Oh, there's incense. I was asked to buy some incense today to take home. We could do with some incense. This is the flyer. Hi guys, can I get a flyer on the electromagnetic universe?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't get another one out in time. I've got it quicker on the draw. It's so cold. Students should get a religious exemption, all indoctrination. That's someone called Where's the Curve? I like that name. Good day, sir. How are you, my friend? How are you?
Wow. That's interesting. Every human being, bright eyes.
We've got similar colour eyes, you and I notice.
Did we get the right planet?
Planet.
Planet.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm quite convinced that we can't live on the outside of a ball. We have to live inside something. All nature shows us that all fruit has a skin to protect the fruit from the inside out, or from the outside world. Sorry?
I feel excited.
Oh, good.
Body feels excited.
Good. I feel freezing. I've been standing here for a few hours. Can I give you a flyer? Electromagnetic universe. We've been lied to about where we live, who we are. What is the meaning of life? You want to know? Look out.
Go on.
Oh, you do? Yes. Yes.
It's not the first time I've heard of it. The best thing about this is that it at least causes me to reflect on my belief systems.
Yeah.
So many of them.
Yes, I have this phrase saying, belief belies the lie which hides within belief.
But to be would be a relief.
To be would be a real relief, yes. Relife. Yeah. No, I mean, so much of what we think is based on information we've been programmed to either reject or accept. You know, so a lot of people who believe in, like I did, the theory of relativity and evolution and all of these sorts of things, I rejected religion because I preferred those theories. Now I realize that both of those theories were designed to...
rejectable.
Yeah, are based on belief that things that I can't prove. You know, what can I feel inside of me? What can I sense inside of me? And in this sense that our Earth is not moving, that our seas are level bodies of water, sea level as we say, makes a lot more sense to me than the idea that a theoretical gravitational attraction is going to hold trillions of tons of water to the underside of a globe. Did I just overload the processor?
I was just wondering about stilling the thinker.
Ah.
It's tricky in the English language.
Yes.
Because it's given a personal identification. Mind.
Mm.
In Deutsch.
Yes.
It's der Gedanken. It just means the thinker.
Right.
It's not.
Good. Right.
It's not personified.
Right.
Personal.
Right.
So all of these things would, to me, lead to.
Well, because you brought up Deutsch, my second language is Afrikaans, and in Afrikaans the word for God is Here, which is spelled H-E-R-E. In English, that's here. And in Islam, they say if you want to find God, you'll find him closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. And of course, the temple in your that you have on your skull is, I believe, the temple of God. That God resides within each of us.
Or goddess.
Or goddess. I mean, God.
Or the goddess.
Guru Deru. But I think that God is perhaps God doesn't have a gender necessarily. I think God is all, so there would be all genders.
As I get older, I realise that my dimensions are androgynous.
Ah. Well, we have everything, don't we? I mean, us men have nipples, which we never use, you know.
Yeah.
And you can obviously, we know we can turn the male genitalia inside out or back at the front, and you can create, you know, that. Not that I'm encouraging that. I know that's sort of how we are, you know.
No, I saw a mate with a hernia just come after a hernia operation today. No. So yeah, because I have a name which means lost for words.
Ah. Your name means lost for words in English.
Well, actually, it's Avik.
Ah.
It's a Sanskrit.
Okay.
It's a Sanskrit name, meaning they have 4 different meanings. And the one that I was given was silent.
All right. There's a lot of value in silence, isn't there? You know, this is when it's still the mind. It's when we can find these things. But the thing, the reason why I take my time out to tell people that we've been deceived about the globe and the evolution and so on is because I think that if you are carrying those programs subconsciously, you are never going to find your way through the maze, through the labyrinth, because these things have been designed intentionally to deceive us, whether it be religion or the belief in gravity and aliens from outer space and all of that sort of thing. So they're there running the programs in the background, and you can't even feel them anymore because they're so ingrained in the self that they're designed to constrain your ability to find yourself. I feel that truly. Otherwise, I say this to people: why would I lie to you if there wasn't a purpose, if there wasn't a benefit to me to deceive you? Why would I bother? Yeah, why would I bother? Why would I bother? Shanti.
Sitaram, Sitaram, welcome to Petita Pavana Sitaram. Rakaba Petita Pavana Sitaram. Ganapati Sharam, Ganesha. Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva Shambho. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Rama.
It's all love at the end of the day. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Look at that, a bit of thumbage. Flat thumbs.
But that is the perfect balance for me.
Yeah.
Because it's just one voice singing and another voice singing.
Harmoniously.
And the individual words only exist because of the between.
The space, the frequent, yeah. The gap in the middle. Be an interesting place in there. Can I offer you one of my flowers? You sovereign being.
Love, truth and personal sovereignty are possible. Turn over for more.
Touche. Touche. Although you did turn around. I don't want to be too picky. You didn't turn over.
The soup I had, I warmed up. Still seems not yet settled in.
Not for a handstand.
But I'm interested in you're raising the possibility and the importance of finding oneself, as one would describe it.
Yeah, finding the self, true self. Yeah. I mean, I'd given up in my mid-40s. I'd given up on the reason for life, the purpose of life, and so on. But once I started finding out that, I've been misled about pretty much everything. I wasn't buying religion, but I'd been misled about pretty much everything else. I realized that, there's a reason for them doing that. There's a reason for them creating a world in which where none of us know the truth about what we could possibly know. Not that we necessarily need to know everything. I don't need to know everything and what's out there or what God is or whatever. I don't need to know that. But I do think I need to clear the table from the deceptions. And that way I'm going to have a better strike at self.
Have we cleared or have we found the deceiver? That for me is more pertinent because it's not far away.
Yeah.
My interest in deception is highly suspicious. I am highly suspicious.
Yes. Well, we may well be our own worst enemy. Thanks, Roshan. We may well be it may be us that's doing it to ourselves. You know, it may well be that. But as I say to people, I think if we could be God, if we might be God, then we are sort of creating a test for ourselves. We are creating a miasma in which we are either going to sink or swim. And the more you're burdened with miasma, the less chance you will ever swim.
Yeah.
Free.
An attractive hypothesis for me is that is the hypothesis useful?
Hypothesis, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Or
theology.
Hypotheo.
Yes, hypotheo, yes.
It could be.
Yes. Theology and theory both come from the same root. Well, it has been fun. I might end the stream, actually.
Hey, if you get some, come back.
Deceivers ourselves, yes. Yeah, my wife seems to be on the page there with the Trinities. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. It's gone up one since I said it last, so. A lot of Jim Lotus. Cece wants to know if you want to be cold or warm. I want to be warm. I got my 5-year-old son is watching the stream at the moment, so you just want to know if I wanted to be cold or warm. I have a 23-year-old daughter and a 21-year-old son, and when I found the flat earth in 2015, I said to my wife in 2016, I want to have another child. I'd like to have another child. If God willing, I will have another child, and I will raise them without the deception, without the needles, without the schooling, without the stuff that messed us all up.
Yeah.
And that's where he's at the moment, is we're taking him on that journey. He'll be 6 next month, month after next.
Miniature Goku.
Miniature Goku. Yeah, you got to see him, dreadlocks. He's a lovely child, wild child.
The hair is quite important as well.
Yeah, it is, because for electromagnetic, yeah. You got the... Oh, yeah.
I started growing it 2 years ago.
Okay. Once you realise mine started falling out from stress.
It happened. You got thick hair though.
Yeah, but all the sides fell off. My beard fell out 2 years ago from the stress. It all fell off. Because stress. We've been homeless 3.5 years. My wife and my child. My older children have. So we've not had a home for 3.5 years. It's been a very challenging time, and the stress of that caused my beard to fall out. It's starting to regrow, as you can see, and this is starting to regrow now. But it was all gone. Still got
a thick hair.
Yeah, not bad for 55, eh?
Twin crown.
Twin crown. That's what the hairdressers used to say when I went in once upon a time for the haircuts.
What do you think, sir?
He says, Pavlov, can you just step back a bit? Because I used to be a smoker. Yeah. And now my nervous system is so raw, it's almost like I am the smoker again.
When you're near it.
When I take that, I'm going to smell it.
Yeah.
So,
does it set off like in a little alarm bell?
What it was it's the Pavlov
dog
psychologist. Feed a dog, ring a bell. Feed a dog, ring a bell. You ring a bell, and the dog is salivating.
Yes. Yes.
You say, hairdresser.
Yeah.
I have got the most gorgeous hairstylist. I saw her today, actually.
Yeah.
She is archetypal Swedish, wonderful. And I look forward to the equinox when I feel warm enough to actually
remove some of the protection. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
It was very kind. So I'm just laughing at my.
So what do you think?
Shape. The whole setup here suggests to me that thinking is a very dangerous. Certainly, literally in the use of words. I mean, say even I built up a vocabulary based on an inspiring character, but it's still got pitfalls in it in two languages. So to think.
Hey, that's really good.
Right, great.
Hey, long may you be. Eh?
I like the highlights.
This is the
yeah.
I'll go on a high note.
That was me and Glyph.
It's gone flat now, isn't it?
Yeah. That's cool. Well, I'm almost frozen to the foot. So do you know there was Sir Ranulph Fiennes? Have you heard of Sir Ranulph Fiennes? He's a British explorer. He was knighted by the Queen for his exploits in exploration. Now, Ranulph Fiennes, I happened to meet his crew in 2015, 14, I can't remember now, where he was planning to walk across a peninsula of Antarctica, and they called it the longest winter or whatever. He's going to walk through the night, basically, because it's winter dark for months and months, isn't it, down there. And his crew told me that it had taken him 5 years, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, 5 years to get permission simply to walk across a peninsula of Antarctica. Now, you've got to ask yourself the question, if you've got the money and the resources to go down to Antarctica and just go for a little walk across the countryside, as it were, do you really need to apply for 5 years to get permission? If you're a knighted Sir of the realm? I tell you why, because that whole Antarctica thing is super controlled. There was an Antarctic Treaty established in 1957, and they locked that place down such that even flying beyond the 70th parallel can get you into trouble unless you've gotten military permission and so on. And if you want to go there on a tour, it'll be an organized tour. They'll take you to a point. It's like me saying, I'm going to take you to England, but all you're going to do is you're going to go to Glastonbury, walk around Glastonbury, and then you can go home. And you're going to claim you've been to England. No, you've been to one town.
There's nowhere else in England I really want to be. I'm going to check you out on the YouTube.
All right. Yeah, cool. Trinity 4. Oh, is that?
I just made a little bit of
Oh.
on Facebook. You've got
I look forward to it, Joshua. Yeah. Cheers, brother. Are you still down at the halls?
Yeah, it's going to be closing now.
Okay, because I'm going to wrap up. I might see if you're still there, but otherwise, until next time. Cheers, bro. I've got to go and get some incense before I forget. Let me just say, Tony. Oh, hey, Tony. How you doing, man? Thanks for your support recently as well. I really appreciate it. We have been on the bones of our scraping through the Earth is not a globe. We've been scraping through, but you know what, faith, and we have found our way every step of the way. You know, it's been hard, very testing at times, but here I stand through all. Hey, Martin Lika, I did invite you down today, didn't I? You can tell the folks that I did say, come on down. I would have given you a night accommodation as well, but you were waiting for a P950 or something. I didn't even know there was a P950, but hey ho. But next time, thank you everyone for your support. As Andrew just said there, we have been so grateful for the support. Just crazy things happening. It's like, oh shit, we can't buy food tomorrow, we can't buy food. And then some money turns up. He's chuckling away at it. It's not going to work for everyone. The beard with the white man in here. You can support Dave. Oh, thanks for the link there. Buymeacoffee.com, please. It's that cold out here, I could do that. Hey Glyph, good work today. Yeah, much love, Zizi, Andrea, and I hope you and your family are well. Marley and of course your lovely wife. Was the bearded guy hung upside down in the life of Brian Phil? That's funny. Yeah. Hey, Karen from Sun and Moon family. Lovely to see you. Flat Earth Gathering, you won't have seen. I had a bunch of folks here much earlier, a couple of hours ago maybe. They, if you want to go back and watch it, they all DMT type travelers and full of tattoos and what have you. And they were so on board, so switched on. It was like, well, I want to go and have a coffee with you guys and just chit chat about you know, what we think we are, you know.
Bullshit. We're gonna roll off the edge of the earth, mate.
Is that the religious belief? Yeah. What can you tell me about that fruit, bro?
This is a
Yeah.
globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So-
if it was to revolve
Yeah.
at a certain speed
Yeah.
in the atmosphere,
Yeah.
yeah, in space, where there's zero gravity,
Yeah.
it would float.
Okay.
And
Now,
revolve.
tell me about this. Is the fruit on the inside or the outside of the skin?
Well, the fruit is on the inside.
So the globe, according to you, has no skin.
Skin is
That's
on the outside.
Yep.
Same as the Earth has a core.
No, that's not the skin. That has a core. It's called seeds. There it goes. Oh, and it always rolls downhill. You can't live on a globe.
If the Earth was flat,
Yeah.
there would be a lot more football teams in the World Cup.
There'd be a lot more football teams.
Yeah, listen, this is proof. If the Earth was flat,
Yeah.
would there not be more football teams in the World Cup? You can only fit so many countries around the planet.
Yeah, but that's what you see. You're wanting to move away from my point. Is that there's no thing in
There is
nature
no way at all.
that doesn't have a skin.
The bottom line is, and this is the bottom line.
Yeah. This is it.
Um,
NASA is
for
a
me
belief system.
personally,
Yeah.
No one is ever going to convince me that the Earth is flat.
Mhm.
I am convinced.
Can I say something?
I trust.
Who convinced you it was a globe in the first
Well,
place?
If the Earth was
Science,
flat, right, if the Earth was
evidence.
flat,
Science?
if you're on this
You being
flat,
convinced?
flat
You being
disc, yeah,
convinced?
it'd be spinning like this. Wouldn't there be more
Listen.
fucking waves? Big more
I cannot personally
Wouldn't there be
scientifically explain why the Earth is a globe.
No.
But I trust that it is.
Ah,
And
that's
that is
the
the bottom
belief.
line.
Yeah. See, so I say to people, the biggest religion in the world today is NASA. Now, let me tell you, fella, if you cut this fruit open,
You're a bit fierce.
if you cut this fruit open, inside in the center, you will find the seeds. Then that's where we live, in the center, on the inside, not on the outside. Because as I said to your pal here, there's no fruit grows its fruit on the outside of the skin. The skin protects you, the bark of the tree, the shell. We live inside the melon, not on the outside of the melon. That's what you see in nature.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Don't think, yeah, because you've been following all the propagandists who tell you that it's a plate. It's a plate.
Hey,
Dude, I'm a Roman Egyptian, I follow no man.
Good.
Right?
But it's the man who tells us that we live on a globe and that we landed on a moon, which is just a light in the sky.
But I know this.
Well, listen, I'm going to say something. When you get a 2p piece, yeah,
Yeah.
and you spin it around, when it starts to stop, it goes like this and rocks, right? If this was like this, the world would be doing exactly the same thing, and there'd be more fucking tsunamis and everything else going to and fro, to and fro. Do you know what I'm saying?
Did you
No
did
one
you spin
knows
that
where
coin?
gravity comes from.
Did you
You're going to
spin?
keep rowing, do you row off the end of the earth, or do you go around in the circle?
Why don't you fall off the side of the ball? Like, imagine I was walking down the side of the ball there.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Excuse me.
The theory.
Must be.
Theology.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I've been a rock and roller for 25 years before I retired.
Yeah, yeah.
I went around this planet 8 times. 8 times. But guess what, man?
What?
It was round.
If I walked around Glastonbury,
Wait.
doesn't make it a ball.
Hey, wait, dude, I'm listening to you, hear me? I've got a house in Australia, right? I've got a house in Zanzibar, and I've got a house, believe it or not, in India. Guess what? As we go over the peripheral, we see the moon, we see the sun. How come it's flat, dude?
It's, you know, it's just...
What? How come what's flat?
Out.
The earth, mate. Apparently it's not a ball.
Well, I mean, how do you fly underneath a ball?
I don't, mate.
You
I
can't.
fly in a fucking Lear jet, mate, when I was under 5. And I went to Sydney, Australia. I did 11 gigs in 21 days.
Nice.
Right? And I flew all over this planet. And I saw the crescent of the moon. I saw the planet rise up.
Yeah.
It's round.
Well, then I can't convince you then, can I? But water is always level, and no fruit grows its fruit on the outside of the skin. That's what I say.
Yeah, but like...
What's mushrooms
Mate,
then?
it doesn't really make...
It's got a skin.
It makes no sense, mate, honestly. Don't
I'm sorry, respect to you.
But when you were 6 years old, the teacher
70,
said to you,
I'm
you're
70.
spinning, but you can't feel it. So when you were 6 years old, you're okay, miss, yeah, if you say so. Now I say to you that there's no science experiment that will prove that we're moving.
It's a ridiculous theory, mate.
I love you, Dave.
It just doesn't work. It will not work. A fucking disc in the space.
No. Space is fake. You see, there's the space between you and me, that's real. But the outer space, is that what you're talking about, outer space? Because that's cartoons.
Hanging on a piece of string somewhere.
That's cartoons.
A roof out there and we're not hanging on a piece of string out. It's just ridiculous.
But no flat earther thinks that we live on a disc in space. No flat earther. So you haven't done your research, fella. You haven't done your research. Water's level, and we're not spinning. The sky is moving. The sky.
If you've ever been on a plane or a boat, you'd see
Many times.
You can see the curvature of
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world's most famous scientist, says you're not high enough. You're not high enough to see it.
Without being rude to you as a person, I respect you as a person, but I mean anybody who tries to talk about the Earth being flat, I automatically switch off.
Yeah.
There's no way at all.
That's good programming there.
Well, this programming telling
Because
people
you can't
that the Earth's
prove.
flat.
No, you can't prove that it's. Well, you can't prove that it's a globe, though.
Can you
like I
prove
said,
that it's flat?
Can I prove that the oceans are level?
Can you prove that the Earth is flat?
Yes, I can prove that water's level.
No, can you prove that the Earth is flat and not a globe?
Well,
That's
the only way that you can prove that the Earth is a globe is by believing the government.
No, listen.
I mean, if you guys follow the government, I can't help you.
Right,
That's
listen, gentlemen, as witnesses, please, as witnesses, I'm going to ask one question,
Yeah.
and I'm requesting with all kindness. Hold on, listen. Wait, listen. I'm requesting with kindness.
Yeah.
And love for you as a human being.
Yeah.
On our planet, right? Can you actually prove that the Earth is not a globe? Yes or no?
Can I prove it's not a globe?
Yes. I'm asking. Yes or no?
I can prove that it's.
No, can
that,
you? Yes or no?
Can you prove it's now?
If you could give me.
Yeah, I'll show you just with that, just with the water. I can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
Thank you.
I can't prove it's a globe.
Have you been to the edge?
I can prove that. The edge of what?
The Earth is flat.
This planet.
Edge of what?
The edge.
Who says there's an edge?
There is an edge.
Why?
Listen.
Does it just carry on for?
It might be. They might be hiding extra land. It might be. Some people suggest it could be an infinite plane.
What is your name?
Truman Show. Yes, that's a good idea. My name's Dave.
My name's Lee.
Lee, all right, Lee.
Yeah. I think it's kind.
It's not Jordan. Why is Jordan?
No, I'm Lee.
Oh, because it says Jordan on the top of your head there.
No, that's Nike Jordan thing.
Oh, okay.
No, that's just to make the hat. Same as that's Regatta. Same as that's Nike.
Can I ask you a question?
One at a time. Lee first.
Right. So, yes or no answers.
Yes.
Possible.
Yeah.
Now, no is your answer to you if you can prove that the Earth is a globe. You've admitted you can't prove it's not a globe. Right?
No, I said I can't prove it is a globe.
No, I said, can you prove that the Earth is not a globe?
On the basis that
can you,
water.
yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
You can prove to me that the Earth is
Yes,
not a globe.
because it's physically impossible. If I poured water or anything onto that ball, it would run off. That's what I see in physics.
State of, I mean, how does an aeroplane fly?
Well, by using power to create lift, and then it flies over a plane. And I took a spirit level onto a plane in 2016, and I found that the nose of the plane, if I zeroed it on the ground before we took off, the nose of the plane holds 1.5 degrees up attitude for the entire flight until it wants to settle, and then it comes to about 0.5 degree up, and boom, it comes down to ground. And once we touch the runway, zero. I'm back to zero. It doesn't matter where from South Africa to here, England to France, it doesn't matter. But let me ask you this, if you think you live on a globe, right, and the water is curving, then when you leave England and cross the channel to go to France, are you going downhill?
You're going on a very slight curvature.
Down.
Well, you're going. It's a very short distance.
For
example,
no. According to the science, it's going to be 8 inches per mile squared. According to the globe science.
So if you was on the coast of Ireland.
Oh no. You still haven't answered my question. I'm going from England across the Channel to France. Am I going downhill, or am I going over level water? Huh?
I've never been across
okay, so let's do it as a mind experiment. That if I was going, because this is where it gets a little bit tricky. is that if we say we're living and the ship is going over, I live on a globe because I stood on a beach and I saw a ship going over the curvature, right, over the horizon. So if that be true, I'm standing in Dover and I'm watching the ferry go over to France and I see it go down. In other words, it's going down and down and down. But guess what? When I get to France and I come back to England, it's going to look like it's going down again. So is that possible that it's an illusion that actually it can't be going down in both directions? And if it was going down to France, it would have to go back up to get to England. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, once you start thinking, listen, I was 45, 47 before I started working this out.
I find you don't let other people talk.
I'm trying to teach you because let me tell you, at 47 years old, I still believe the same shit you're telling me. Now, so I don't need to be retaught the science that I've had. So I'm come here to teach people, not to have them tell me their religion.
I find that
The belief that we live on a spinning rock and they come from apes.
You're over passionate to the point of being intrusive.
Well, I'm only giving, it's a given, you can see I've been on this stream for 4.5 hours.
You don't let people talk.
Overwhelming. Good luck with the baby.
It's just literally quick. Because you're obviously going to have a long message. Basically, you need to pay for Simon's window. G's not paying for it, you're paying for it. Yeah, you got G to do it, so you got to pay for it.
Yeah, that guy was getting short shrift from me because it's, hey Tapper, how you doing, man? Yeah. Yeah, I can't, obviously, it gets a little bit testy with some of these guys. Hey, Bon. Looking for argument. Yeah, well, because some people are primed for the argument against flat Earth, by the way. Walk away respectfully. Yeah, I had to walk away. Here's my friends. Oh, I really enjoyed our conversation, man. Really. I won't forget it. All the best. You too. You too. Go well, guys. Much love. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, go back if you're new to the stream. Go back and see those guys chatting to me a couple of hours ago. That was fantastic. Really heartwarming conversation. It's going to be fantastic, brother. Yes, Monica. We have the juice. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, Hello. How are you doing? Good. Happy Flat Earth Day. It's Flat Earth Day, didn't you know? We should have a World Flat Earth Day. Yeah. Hi. We live on an electromagnetic world. Take a flyer from me. No harm. We live on an electromagnetic realm. We don't live on a globe like they tell us. They're trying to deceive us, hide our true sovereignty, our true Godhead from us. I think that we are God expressing ourselves in the form that you are here. But this evolution and Big Bang and all of this sort of stuff is designed to rob us of our intimate relationship with the Creator, whatever the Creator is. I don't have a view on that name, but I just think that we are the walking expression of creation. And the system is designed to minimize, through religion and science, minimize our sense of our connection to all and to each other. Thanks for stopping. Have a great day. So the freezingness is so freezing. But hey guys, you know what? This is kind of fun. You know, you want to come out and join me sometime. I'm going to come back here in a few weeks, I think. And also maybe go to Bath sometime soon, because we happen to be in that sort of region of England at the moment. So if I can encourage you to send me an email, Trinity4Man@gmail, if you want to come out, and if I'm in your area or whatever, we could maybe hook up in your town. I've got the new banner, as I said earlier on, coming soon. If you want to help me fund that, that'd be great. But yeah, I'm shaking and shivering with cold, and I could do with the pee. I said that about an hour and a half ago. But I've had a brilliant time actually, and I would do this with more of you. I think it's good for you, and obviously, you know, there's people today who said, oh, you know what, I thought I was on my own. There was a guy earlier on, it's like, oh, I thought I was on my own. It's so nice to hear that there's others out there talking about it. Obviously it troubles some people, and you know, sometimes you get a little bit of testiness, but you know, it comes with the territory. And you know, if it's your calling, then go and do it, you know, in your local town, or if you don't want to do it in your own town, because it can be a little embarrassing to be the town clown. But go out of town and go somewhere else and do a bit of this. Film it or don't. But for me personally, I feel like this is part of my soul growth anyway. You know, I have to be good with all of this. I have to be maturing through it, in love, you know, coming into a loving way of being, and let the chips fall where they may. You know, we don't know how many years, how much time this journey has to continue for. Can I give you a flyer, ma'am? Electromagnetic universe. So yeah, it's a new year, and spring's about spring, and you know, we don't have to convert the world to a different way of thinking, but inspire people to reframe themselves and our place in this space, in this creation, in this realm, in this reality. Can I give you a flyer on electromagnetic universe?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. I'm so cold. Hopefully I don't come down with a if I do get a cold or whatever, I'll have to blame it on somebody else. It can't be just my body was reacting to the terrain. I'll blame it on someone else. I walked past someone, he coughed. Enough of the dark humor. Mustn't forget to get some incense for the family. Hey guys, young enough to learn something new? Electromagnetic universe, check it out. There you go. It's nice to see my flyers going out. Again, flying out. So information, electromagnetic universe. I'll give you one as well. All right, you please take one. There you go. I think we're electromagnetic beings in electromagnetic realm.
Yes, indeed, I know about that.
You do?
Of
Cool.
course.
So
I had an amazing experience on the tour last weekend. Quite
on
something.
oh, really?
Quite something.
Really?
Yeah. I finally had a proper experience. So.
DMT type.
It was overcast day on Saturday. Sunday was sunny. Saturday was overcast. On top of the tour, on the plinth, which is we know that's where the Michael and Mary lines. And I was explaining to a family up there what it's all about and why that's such a sacred site.
Mm-hmm.
And I stood up there and I closed my eyes and meditated, and I felt this heat on one side of my body. And I opened my eyes thinking the sun had broken through the clouds in my head.
Right.
That was strange. I thought, well, maybe blah, blah, blah. And I went back there maybe 2 or 3 minutes later. Same thing happened again, but only when I turned my body properly.
Wow.
And that happened. Can't explain it. Don't have an explanation. Don't know why, but it did happen.
It's beautiful. Oh, good
You're
luck.
the right guy to tell you that story.
Yeah. No, thanks for that.
So I'm with you, man.
Yeah, I think we are electromagnetic beings inside an electromagnetic realm.
It's just energy.
And it's a spirit, all energy, light, vibration, frequency. And I think there's a soul or a spiritual element to this.
That's what we think too.
This is the thing we're having about the consciousness.
Yeah.
There must be something that's a little bit more. It feels like
much more. It's almost like this is the sort of the low end, this avatar that we're carrying around.
It's the lowest frequency, the third dimension. We're light is expanding outwards, and we happen to be in the third dimension.
Yeah.
But it's going to keep on going to what we call it's only a frequency. It's not third and fourth and all that. You don't have people walk around 2 dimensions. And Of course. The fourth dimension doesn't have an extra head, but it's all.
Yeah, but things get lighter. I mean, if you think about how light works, if you slow light down, it becomes dense, and then as it wants to get back to light speed.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, my friend.
And so I've got this crazy, just a little idea to throw at you.
Go on.
Because we know in mainstream science they talk about how black holes are so massively dense that light gets sucked in there and it becomes super dense. Well, what if underneath us is a black hole and light has come up, smashed into a black hole, become dense for a moment in time, and is your body and is the ground that we're standing on, and then continues up, looking to get back to light speed in the fullness of time. But during this time, we're incarnated in these physical avatars, but we are at source the consciousness.
I'm open to what you're saying. I'm open to it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So I've got some more information on my website there. I'm going to check that out.
Sure, man.
But I just really try and inform people that I think that the system, the religions and the sciences and so on are designed to constrain or retard or...
Well, you don't have to tell us that. Yeah, we were just talking about that in the pub just now.
Yeah.
But listen, do you live here in Glastonbury?
No.
Oh, well, I'm going to be there. Maybe I'll see you again sometime.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll tell you about the stuff I'm into.
Yeah.
It's very similar to what you're into.
Okay.
So we can compare notes.
Yeah, well...
and share the information, and we can both learn from it. So what do you say?
I'm spending a month just up the road in Frome.
Yeah. Oh, I know Frome very well.
So it's only half an hour from there. So fire me an email.
I'll see you
What's
around.
your name?
Dave.
Mine too. David means beloved, as you know.
That's right.
Nick. Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nick means... Nick means... Nick means just to get the pub.
Cheers, Nick. Cheers, Dave. Hi. Hey. How you doing? Yeah.
Good to see you.
Give us a hi. Hey. How was today? How was today? Yeah? Yeah? This is Lisa Chenery. Good. Well, I was just about to pack up, actually. I've been freezing my nuts off here for 4.5 hours. So it's been fun. It's been good. Yeah, it's been good. It's been useful. I was busy. I had a bit of a crowd at one point, and then I had a Jesus guy come and just chase everyone away.
Oh, you're not a flat earther, are you?
Hey!
Oh, no, you don't really believe in all that.
Yeah. Why don't you fall off the edge? Where's the edge? Show me the edge. If there's no edge, I can't believe anything.
It's a globe, mate. They proved it
Yeah,
ages ago.
thousands of years ago. Like Jesus walked on water, Aristophanes proved it 2,000 years ago. Don't go question all of those things again.
Yeah. Science.
Yeah.
You saying you don't believe in science?
I don't believe science.
Don't believe in
No.
Oh,
What?
you're stupid then.
Yeah. The religion of science. My friend, good night, good day, and until next time, namaste. All the best. He's been here for 45 minutes, just checking out the info and asking some questions. So, yeah.
Are we going to be famous? Are we going to be world famous?
Yay! Well, guys, this seems like an opportune moment to say goodbye. And until next time, I bid you good day and stay flat.